Good morning, July 22nd. This is a scheduled meeting of the Griggs County Commission. Please all rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move on to roll call. Averill.
Here.
Tranby.
Here.
Hello.
Rod Zorn.
Here.
Edlund.
Here.
And Wakefield's present. Have a look at the agenda and until Sam comes back here, we'll get an idea of anything added to it. Anybody else?
I'm okay. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
We have a motion by Tranby to approve the agenda
I'll second.
as presented. Second by Edlund. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Agenda approved. Now we'll have a look at the July 8th meeting minutes first. When able, we'll need a motion to approve and dispense with the reading, if so desired.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes and dispense with the reading.
Motion by Edlund to approve the July 8th meeting minutes and dispense with the reading. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Second by Averill. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. July 8th meeting minutes approved. Now if you have a look at the July 9th meeting minutes, same procedure.
I'll make a motion to approve the July 9th minutes and dispense with the reading.
Motion by Edlund to approve the July 9th meeting minutes and dispense with the reading. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Second by Tranby. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. July 9th meeting minutes approved. On to the bills. Sam, anything that?
No, nothing that I've seen.
You're out of the pounds.
What's the TNA Mobility? Was computer hardware? That's a
That's that server that you guys approved.
okay.
Yep.
Shut down. State radio. That's our 911 funds being transferred.
Right.
That's a lot of money.
I make a motion to approve the bills.
Motion by Edlund to approve the bills as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Averill. We'll move on to a roll call vote. Aye to the positive, nay to the negative. Averill.
Aye.
Tranby.
Aye.
Zorn.
Aye.
Edlund.
Aye.
Wakefield votes aye. Bills approved. Wayne, you're up.
Page 11. Flexible Transportation Fund Program Agreement. project FXS 2026, parenthetical 059, PCN 24351. This is the Hannaford Road paving project through Hannaford. This is, says the total estimated project is $3,087,732 estimated. And the estimated flex fund award is $3,087,032. Estimated local match is 0. And it has to be signed by Mr. Wakefield and
That's coincidental, isn't it, that the project cost match the funds that are available?
that's good. 0%. If it reaches that.
A lot of research went into that one.
If it's less than that, then we don't get it. We have to pay and get reimbursed.
Yeah.
Pay and get reimbursed.
No. But it's not,
When do they start that? Next year?
Yep.
Next spring or what?
That'll be the whole,
What?
that'll be the whole, through the winter here.
Oh, okay.
Depending on, so I guess I did send another small contract for the paving design, on Friday, so I don't think that made the packet here, but, if it did, I guess the way we were gonna approach it was to figure out what the pavement section needs to be, to see if we have to widen from Hannaford out to the elevator. If it doesn't, then it would be a pretty quick thing to turn around. If we do have to widen, then we'll have to mitigate the wetlands and all that and the ditches. And probably have to do cultural between there. So we figured we'd just do a small agreement to figure that out and get Brown Intertech in to do the pavement testing on the existing pavement, so we know how much we have to add to it to build up the strength.
you'll bring us that agreement, Bill?
Yeah, I
Okay.
sent it Friday, but I think it was probably,
Okay, we'll put it on the next meeting agenda then.
I've got a copy of it here.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with this transportation fund agreement anyway. No. Okay.
he was asking about timeline though.
Yeah, I'm just curious when they're gonna start, when they're gonna get to it type of deal, so people
Yeah, I
are
mean,
aware.
the hope would be to get it bid next year, it might be into next summer before we
Okay.
get bid, if we have to go through all the routes.
Yep, that's fine.
Start my own cultural.
Just because people are gonna ask, well, when are you starting on that? Because that's my district, so they're always asking me about it, so.
Right, yeah, I'm not 100% sure if it's next summer or 2026.
Okay.
If you want to leave it open like that.
Yeah, I can tell them that, that's fine, just so I'm aware and I know what to tell them.
Yeah, it's definitely not this year yet.
I make a motion to approve the Flexible Transportation Fund Program Agreement for project number FXS 2028059.
Motion by Ed Led to approve the Flexible Transportation Fund Program Agreement as specified. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it,
Second by Avery. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Agreement accepted.
So then that's by DocuSign, so I'll get it signed for you.
Okay. It wasn't here?
Hmm?
It's here?
Yep. So that's just your that's your DocuSign copy, so then I can just go in and
Yeah.
get your DocuSign right name.
I did meet with the 901 counties, the 25 counties.
Mhm.
The memorandum of understanding for state radio And I had asked about having the vote of the people in November, get it approved to increase that amount. According to the group, Century Code says you can go up to $1.50. So until that gets changed, we can't increase that $1.50 amount. We have enough money in our funds from before that I think we could sign that memorandum agreement. It's supposed to be signed by August 1st.
The agreement is, what's the term of the agreement? How long?
It's 2 years.
Do we have enough funds to cover it for 2 years?
Well, the difference between the 9/1 receipts and the budget.
So if we can only collect the $1.50, we still have enough funds in there to cover the memorandum?
And they're gonna be working on, they're trying to work up a meeting to meet with Darcy Henderson, or Derek, and see if something else could be done. They wanted to see if they could wait another 2 years. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah. So,
So,
there's really no need to sign the agreement quite yet.
well, August 1st is the deadline. It's supposed to be in his office.
Jamie? So they're fighting over the ability to raise the fees.
I think we voted on it in the past. Let's see if I can.
The counties are against the raising of, there's some counties that are against the raising of the fees. Correct, Wayne?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so some I don't think even got the $1.50 increase here.
Mhm.
People voted it down, so they've been paying it out of their general fund or whatever. So this is a memorandum of
Okay.
agreement.
Well, we can, August, well, what happens if we don't sign it until it's late? I mean,
It isn't
it's,
gonna,
Well, I think we'll just
it's not
have
gonna
to,
get dropped off.
we'll just have to be late. We'll let them know that.
okay.
Yeah.
You may as well research it and see where we're at here. Now that it's been brought up, I guess we should discuss it to see what's your thoughts on it, Wayne? It's just costing the taxpayers of Griggs County more money.
It is, and I think they would approve it through the 911 fees if it was legal to do that. Because everybody wants 911. You have to have a 911 system
Mm-hmm.
according to the state laws and stuff, so.
So it's basically just getting it, all the kinks work done on the other end about getting it legal or making it,
Hopefully
to
they're gonna
vote
try
to
to
vote
get it,
on it type of deal.
Yeah, try to get it,
This is akin to a mill levy limit, is really what it is.
yeah.
They put a limit on it so the bureaucracy can't get bloated and spend more money than it should, and the same reason we have mill levy caps, so that government can't get bloated and spend more money. Otherwise, it's a never-ending process. If the bureaucracy just gets hiring more people and spending more money and passing it on, there's no safeguards to it.
It is, but we looked at it a few years ago about trying to go with someone else. But they were more expensive, go that way. Rather than have 25 counties, you have 5 or whatever counties to go together.
Mm-hmm.
And Trail County has been kind of on its own, Trail and Steel, but it sounds like they're probably gonna join into the group too, so.
Okay, let's have Jamie look at it and see what the options, what our options are. I mean, no one's against the 911, of course, it's just
No.
they're escalating costs over and above what the legislature thought was prudent.
Yeah, so they've been, taking it out of the mill levy, some of the counties to
Right.
pay the difference.
Anything else, Wayne? We'll leave you open then. Okay, let's go to the games of chance permit. They get that straightened out?
I think so. I think they just updated the name.
Did you look at that, Jamie? Fraser Limited now is the name of the gaming organization.
Yeah, I think that's all we need to have changed, wasn't it, just the name on it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we were questioning whether or not there had to be a state license in place prior, or can we issue one before?
Well, I think we're required, actually, the way I read the statute is that they have to submit our approval to the state before
Yeah.
they're allowed to do it.
That's similar to the liquor licenses.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the way I read it too.
I make a motion to approve the gaming site authorization.
A motion by Edlin to approve the gaming site authorization for Fraser Limited at the Sutton Sports Bar in Sutton, North Dakota. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Second by Avery. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Site authorization approved. President's tour.
I thought the Association of Counties is coming in, is it August 14th or 15th?
15.
Right, 15th, so the staff and some office holders in the Association of Counties or board members of the Association of Counties, visit all 53 counties over a 4-year period. I think the last time that we were visited was probably in 20 or 21. And they're coming again August 14th and 15th. I'll be there along with usually Aaron Burst, some folks from NRG, and probably the chair of the county, or the president of the County Commissioner Association. So we welcome everybody from the commission to the staff.
I'll be there.
Didn't we meet last time you here in this room? Did they come in here?
Yeah, that's typically where it happens, is in the commission room.
That was your last time they were here too, remember that?
So if I have 3 commissioners, is that a meeting?
Yep.
Mhm.
So would you like me to notice it? You got it.
We're not combining, I'll probably show up. That's my plan.
It'd be safe then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Notice it.
could be combining, we'll see.
John, Aaron Burst wants to sit down and have a beer with you.
Good drinking.
He'll buy you water.
Yeah. Old courthouse, new courthouse.
Rod.
Rod?
Well, I made a few phone calls on that, and as of right now, I don't have anything. I mean, I've learned some stuff, but there's more I want to figure out, I guess, before I come back with anything. But yeah, I have made some calls, and I'm kind of in the process here. But anyway, that's where I'm at with that right now.
All right. Josh, you had treasurer's desk on disposal on there.
And they reached out to me and got it straightened out, which I greatly appreciated, so it's taken care of. It sounds like the disposal, yeah, they weren't how should I put this? Sounds like they weren't aware that they had to properly either put it in the old courthouse or dispose it that way properly. So it's not in the employee handbook. So sounds like we should add it to the employee handbook for future references so this doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
So it sounds it's like not too much of the employee's fault because they weren't fully aware of the situation and what they had to do properly.
Yeah, so any county property, of course, can't be disposed of. It has to, without going through a bid process, putting it out on bids.
Yeah, so that's
We sold a bridge for $1.
Yeah.
So an expense of advertising it doesn't overcome the expense of selling it. So that's why we need to put it all together in one thing and then have it. The other thing that was brought up there was a grant.
Yep, it was paid for by a grant is what it was. So I wasn't upset over that, or I shouldn't say I wasn't upset at all. It was just brought to me by to a taxpayer, and they were just upset over the disposal issue, not the fact that it was paid for. So
No, but the grant brings up a whole nother subject. So individual departments don't have the ability to apply for grants.
No, it was through an ergonomic thing. We're WSI. We're already involved, so then it was just through
Who was this recipient? Griggs County?
WSI was. So
No,
then
the
we got
recipient.
it. We got it through WSI.
Okay.
So WSI was a recipient of this grant, and then they pass it on to the other counties. So we've gotten safety equipment for the road department. We've gotten shoes, jackets, all that kind of stuff. Different chairs, ergonomic chairs, and then an ergonomic desks.
But they come to Griggs County, not to the individual departments. So that has, same as what Kelly, when she does grants, she does a grant, it comes through the commission. Because it's Griggs County, it's Griggs County property. It's Griggs County that qualifies for the grant.
So you basically just want
And
us to
more.
be noticed about the grant when we purchase a desk type of deal.
Oh, okay.
Because sometimes if you have a grant, maybe the grant encompasses a bunch of things, and maybe by taking this individual item, we can't use those.
Right.
So that's why Kelly's always brought her grants to us, that's why it all comes through. Kelly's done a very good job of keeping everybody up to,
Right.
she handles it all, we don't have nothing to do with it, but it does need to come through.
Oh, yeah.
Ultimately, the county is the recipient of it, and ultimately all the fiscal business done through the county.
So all grants should probably come here before it gets done.
Before they even apply for it.
Okay.
And if that's not in the handbook, let's put that in the handbook too. Because if that's what it sounds like, if they're not sure what to do, they go to the handbook, and if it's not in the handbook, they're unaware, so they do something
Right.
that they're unaware, and then they get in trouble for, which that wasn't my intent, so.
Yeah. The handbook is the interaction between the county and the employees. The handbook isn't the guideline for doing the job. That's different.
Well, I guess we probably should have done, we
Yeah.
should have took the desk and put it in the courthouse, so that's probably the best thing done.
So what happens with property, to dispose of property?
Right now.
If it's not a de minimis
Yeah.
piece of property, which I think it's actually defined by $100. So it's a de minimis piece of property, it doesn't have to go up for bids. But it should be run through the commission, because ultimately the commission is the controls the person of the county. So anything that's bought or sold should go through the commission.
Is there a dollar value on that you said? I missed that part, I'm sorry.
100,
Yeah, I think the statute says $100 is de minimis.
Oh, okay.
And it doesn't have to go up for bids. But, yeah, I mean, ultimately, all the business is supposed to be run through the commission. So if the commission okays the bills, the commission should okay any grants, the commission should okay if anything's being sold, and the commission should be made aware of that. But that isn't gonna be in the handbook, because that's
not.
that's how you conduct business. It's, the handbook is supposed to be how the employees, the relationship between the employees and the county, and the expectations from the employees and the expectations from the county. It has nothing to do with how the business is handled within the county.
That's right.
And maybe write a memo and send a memo out to everybody saying, hey, this is how we.
Well, that's all we always have.
But I mean, it should be known, because everything has to go through the commission. We have to ask if we can buy something, and the same with disposing of something. You should have to ask the commission to dispose of something.
Kind of like the patrol car a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, with everything.
Anything, this pen is a property of the citizens of Griggs County. We don't have the ability, the commissioner or anybody else, to give it to somebody else. If there's gonna be a monetary value achieved from it, it goes back to the citizens of Griggs County. Everything does. Anything else in that, Jamie? Okay. Budget.
She's got her CDs.
CDs.
Oh, the CDs. The renewal on those is, we always, in the past, we've always got quotes from the institutions in Griggs County and then taken the highest.
Yep, and I do know, Bryce did get an email late Friday afternoon. Right now, we are with, the two CDs are through Rivera, and we're at 4.8%. So they did say that they would approve another 4.8 for another 12 months if you guys want to do that as well. So that's just another option versus the ones that are currently in your packet.
You do have all of them.
I don't know if you guys wanted to do, if you guys want to stick with the 12 months or if you want to go with, like, I know the one is 7 month at 4.95, so a little bit higher, but it's a lesser term. So it's just up to you guys what you guys want to do with them.
Well, the interest rate is always a yearly interest rate.
Yep.
Yeah. It's always figured on a yearly interest rate, whether it be 7 months or 10 years.
Yep, those are just specials that they sent over to us. So if you guys would like to stick with the 12 month, I know there's options in there for the 12 month, otherwise, yeah, it's just up to you guys, what you guys would like me to do.
I'm okay with leaving it where it is.
Well, for certain, we don't want to do any long-term.
No.
So the shortest term that yields the highest APR is really what should happen.
Well, Bavera's got that, Bavera's got the 5 month for 5%. And then First United has a 7 month for 4.95. If I'm reading that correctly?
And those are, yeah, they're just those specials, so then instead of the 12 months, I would come to you again in 7 months and bring you new rates again.
And I think with the shorter ones, you have more of a risk for it to be lower in 7 months, where the 12 month ones, like, you're locked for a whole year.
Yep.
I think that's,
Yeah, and right now with the 12 month, between all of them, Rivera, what we're at right now is 4.8, and they said they would match that again. So that is the highest out of the 3 banks for the 12 month. Because right away you can see in the one email that they did say their 12 month was 0.5, but she contacted the board and they said, yeah, they'd stick with the 4.8 for us.
I think what we've done in the past also is then offered the other institutions the ability to match that, so we spread the money around with all 3 of them.
how many CDs are there? 3 CDs?
We have 2 that are maturing.
Maturing, but
The
there's
two
more,
are maturing.
there's
We have one
there's-
with Bank Forward too, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not here though.
No, it's
No,
not.
It's not
'cause that
due
was
right
not-
now.
Not due
But
right now.
what we'll
Correct.
try to do
Yeah.
is spread the business around, give
Correct.
them a chance to match or come close to matching, and then rather than going with one institution.
Yeah, one at Bank Forward and 2
2 at Rivera.
Bavera, not
Yep.
Bank Forward, but I mean, First United.
So what are your wishes?
I think we do the short.
I guess keep the same for right now, that's kind of, you know,
At a year?
yeah. right here. He's the best deal for that right now.
Is that your motion?
I'll make a motion to keep it with Barrero.
Page is that one?
26.
So what are the values on these CDs?
The one is at 250,000, the other one is 150,000.
And they're gonna roll them together then? They have the same maturity dates then?
Yep.
So it'll be a $400,000.
Mm-hmm.
12 months at 4 point what?
4.8.
Sure.
Is that what you intended? Tranby?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep them.
That was the intent of the motion?
Yeah. keep 'em.
Motion by Tranby to roll the two CDs together for a total of $400,000, 12 month at 4.8% APR at Bravera Banks. That was a motion by Tranby. Is there a second?
Well, you didn't want to merge the CDs, you want to still keep them two separate CDs at,
There's no need to. They're both gonna have the same maturity date.
well, those. But wonder if in the future you want to do one but not the other.
They both mature at the same time, so that at that time you can split them up.
That's true. Okay. Makes sense to me.
It's just less paperwork, less to keep track of. And
I'll second the motion.
second by Averill. This is financial, so we'll do a roll call vote. Aye to the positive, native, and negative. Averill.
Aye.
Tranby.
Aye.
Zorn.
Aye.
Edlin.
Aye.
Wakefield votes aye. Any other? That's the only two that were due.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, budgets. So we've got the new budget back here. Go to page 2.
Can you bring me up to speed a little bit? Just the last meeting. Can you, on this, like the road department got some raises, I understand, or something like that?
The road department, we haven't been into their budget completely yet, but their budget did not increase at all.
Okay.
The overall levy didn't increase. We'll look at that,
Okay.
there was some changes done within the budget, but overall, there was no increases.
Okay.
We'll talk about the wages. There was some question on trying to set up a process to reward for time and service.
Mhm.
That is possible, of course, with the employees. It isn't really possible with the elected officials. Just because of the fact that they are elected officials, and how do you start out somebody at the same as somebody's been on there for 20 years and vice versa? How do you drop them down after the fact? But we do have some hired employees that need to be standardized, and Wayne has a standardization system for time and service, correct, Wayne?
Yep.
Okay. I think we should adopt the non-elected officials to that program.
I looked at that program, and it started in 1996? 1996. So if you've been here for 15 years, you get $25 more a month. 20 years, $50, 25, $75, and 30 years is $100. Okay, so these numbers haven't changed since 1996 of how much you get a month.
No. That's over and above what the standard cost of living raises were every year.
But that's
not.
But in 1996, when they started this, $25 was valued. $25 was a whole lot more than it is in 2024.
I know, but they've also got the standard of living raises along with everybody else.
Right, but you're still only going to give 19 cents an hour more if you've been here 15
Wayne
years.
has revised that for this year.
Have you, Wayne?
Yes.
I didn't, the only one that he had an extra increase was Jake Loudon.
So, but your salaries
for
went up.
years.
Your salaries went up more than the 2% of everybody else's.
But you did. But
So he must have revised that system.
But he didn't change the service retention plan dollars.
No.
That should be changed. If you want to use it, it should be changed. I didn't pick a dollar amount, which I probably should have, but I didn't pick a dollar amount. I was looking at it and went, well, in 1996, it was $25 more a month. If you've been here 15 years, it's probably handy, but
But that wasn't. Again, they've still incurred all the raises that went along with everybody else. They've still gotten all the raises that the auditor and the treasurer and everybody else has gotten. So it isn't like they're on that standard. And now Wayne has adjusted. What I'm saying is we should adjust the
For our wage, our
hour wage to what Wayne did for this year. So
hourly wage.
okay, I see what
see
you're
what I
saying.
mean? Because and then you put a line under that, then there's the baseline, and then everything can go up from there.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense? So we take an employee, an hourly wage employee that matches the courthouse hourly and wages employees' years in service. So say we have somebody that has 15 years in service in the courthouse. Their hourly wage should match the hourly wage of a 15-year in service road department person. And then the cost of living increases come after that.
Yeah, the only problem I did was I didn't start it until 15 years. You know, it should have been started at 10.
Mhm.
5. You know, so there was,
Yes, I agree with
Basically,
that.
it's incentive for them to stick
because
around.
they gotta
longer.
wait for 15 years before they get,
Yeah, give them an incentive a little sooner because it'll help keep them around here longer.
that's the only request I guess I would have.
Mhm.
If it started at 5 years and you got 25, I'm pretty cheap.
Yeah, but I mean, it can't be retroactive. We can't put that
Oh,
in
yeah,
place.
yeah.
And put that in place and go, I mean, so if that's the
Can't be
case,
retroactive,
if
but-
that's the case, if it's retroactive, then we have to take away all the cost of living increases retroactively too. If we're gonna start from scratch, you start from scratch. But I think we should draw the baseline as of this year and move from there. And that way, everybody's always covered. Every raise that's ever been given here, cost of living has always been across the board.
That's right, last couple, since I've been on.
It's always been that way, since I've been around anyway. And this was in addition to this, this was a time and service.
Yeah.
And if we wanna look at the time and service, we can look at that or have Wayne build it and it can go forward from here and that can be incorporated into the hourly employees for the courthouse also. But that doesn't have to be done in this year's budget. That can be done as a provision going forward.
And why wouldn't it include elected? I missed that.
What's that?
Why wouldn't it include elected? I missed that part.
So, how do you give an elected official a raise for time and service, and then when someone runs against them, or when they leave office, what does the elected position pay then? Does it pay what the elected official was? The 20-year elected official
Well,
does.
if they don't have any time in service, wouldn't it be the 0?
The problem with that is twofold. First of all, how do you expect then you have two people running, one person has 20 years in service, one person has nothing. The person that has nothing is gonna receive a lot lower wage than the person who has 20 years in service.
Isn't that,
I support that
isn't
myself.
experience valuable? Isn't that the point of it?
The people reward experience by electing them into the position. I mean, it's hard,
They've
it's,
been in 20 years, so don't they, I mean, there was a reason they were there 20 years.
let me use circumstance to prove the point. From our national elected officials to our state elected officials, there is no provision for time in service. One is paid the same as the other. It's for that purpose. So you could also use the 20-year person running for office compared to the newbie running for office. It could be a campaign. I'm going to do the job for $5,000 less than the person in office, or vice versa. Why am I being paid $5,000 less when the people are voting, and the people are willing to vote me in? Why should there be a discrepancy?
Because you don't have the experience they do.
Again, then let's argue with the national system, the state system, and everybody else that has contemplated this for the last 200 years. There's never been time.
They also did.
Never been time in service. There's never been time in service in any elected position, because it doesn't work. It corrupts the whole election process.
I spoke with other counties. They have again, I'll go back to that matrix scale that I have for a starting, and then years of service. They go up with the years of service where they are. So that when you are starting, that is always the same plateau, and you will change that baseline, year, and then it'll just kind of roll forward as to where that is. I'm just saying this is what other counties have done in the past.
It does change every time there's a raise given to an elected official. That becomes the baseline.
Other counties, it could be if that's the way this county wants to do it.
That's the way we do it.
But there are options to do it other ways. Like other counties have done it to where they have your starting wage with zero experience will be $2 less than the person who's got 15 years experience. That's just the way the starting point is, and we have that matrix scale there. I haven't heard from the other counties that I spoke with that they haven't had any issues of a campaign thing. Hey, you're gonna save $3,000 a year by voting me in. I mean, I haven't seen that, or they haven't mentioned that, but
again, let's just let 250 years of tradition solve this. There is no.
Well, no, obviously there's people that do it though, so it's not
There's
you said
always-
everybody does. No, that's not true. People do. What do other people think?
Does Nelson County do it? What does Nelson County do?
Yeah.
They have steps.
steps. There you go.
But I'm not gonna get any argument without knowing there's a legal issue, and I think that I'm not 100% sure, so I wasn't gonna say anything without researching it. I'm not sure. So you have two candidates running for election. I don't think the commission, after the salary is set for that position, I don't think the county can come in after an election and say we're gonna give you, say you $60,000 and $45,000 for experience, not experience. I don't think the county can come in and say, no, you're a newly elected official, you haven't served the office before, we're gonna drop you down to $45,000. After that budget is set and after that person knows what they're running for, I don't think that we can legally do it. I think that there's a provision in the law, but like I said, I wasn't gonna say anything until I researched it. But I don't think that's possible to do that even.
And the fact that other counties have done it, it's like any law. Until someone challenges it, you can do whatever you want.
But I think that there is actually specific provision, but I don't want that quoted by me because I haven't researched it.
No.
But Nelson County, the elected officials are included in, for one example, the steps.
Yeah, the elected officials are included in the steps. Yeah, they absolutely are. But I'm just saying that I don't think you can say that there's an elected official and someone comes in with zero experience as an elected official. I don't think that it's legal to drop that salary down after that person's run for that position and they get the position.
So then you couldn't use that argument that, hey, I'll do the job for $5,000 less.
But that doesn't mean that the elected officials are included. In Nelson County, the elected officials are included in the step, correct. But I think once that salary is set for an elected position, you can't come in and say, well, you're down to zero experience, we're gonna take that step away. That salary was set, that person was running for that salary, so I think you're stuck.
Right. Which is essentially what has been happening here.
That's correct.
You know, I've been here 17 years, and you haven't started anybody new, an elected official at a different, but I've been here 17 years. That is a long time when you look at.
Well, I'm not arguing against,
Right.
wait, I'm not arguing against steps. I'm just saying that I don't think we can have two people compete in an election and after a person with no experience gets elected, I don't think you can drop the salary. The commission can do, yeah, I mean, you have the authority to do steps for elected officials, absolutely.
That also shouldn't be something to punish the elected official that has been in that
It
position for a
can
long
be either
time.
way, that's the problem. It can punish or it can benefit. So, but I mean, it isn't like you're working for the same wage you were working for 17 years ago. We have steps. We raise salaries every year, and that salary that was last year becomes a baseline for the next year. Correct?
We've gotten some of the cost of livings, but we didn't get the full cost of living several years. But I just trying to find, I just don't understand why you would exempt some employees from their years of service, but give everybody else credit for their years of service. I'm trying to make that make sense.
Because it's an elected position. Again, this isn't a novel idea. You don't think that our legislators on state and federal level wouldn't be giving themselves years of service pay increases if they could? It's not legal to do it. They can't. That's why a brand new senator, whether they be out here in Bismarck or in DC, earns the same amount as someone that's been there for 40 years. It's just the nature of the beast. And the reward for an elected, what I've read on it, and the justification is the reward is being reelected. And there can't be a penalty or a deficit for, or a prize for being elected or not being elected. Everything's got to be the same. And that's why it is that way. Again, this is tried and true, and it's been this way for 250 years.
Do you have a scale that goes back 50 years that shows that? Where, you said 50 years, where does that come from?
No, that's the way, elected officials have been treated that way throughout, since there were elected officials. The salary the one has is the salary the next one starts
The
at.
elected officials did not have the same salaries until 2014.
I know that.
Oh,
However,
you said
so
50 years.
and of course we did it that way because it was so off skewed. One elected official was earning this and another one was earning this. We made it all the same, and then we bring them all up at the same time. I don't know how you would determine salary based on anything else. I mean, are we going to do a study on each position and see how much they work and see whether or not they're working the same amount as they were 10 years ago? If we're going to do that, then we fall into a whole nother realm of bureaucracy. I mean, take your position for instance. The state says now you're only working a quarter time, where it was 3/4 time.
It's never been 3/4 time.
We haven't.
I heard you say that at the last meeting, we've never been 0.75, and it was on the.
It was
but not-
0.66 and.
Nope, I've got all the FTE numbers all the way back to.
Are you working
2014.
less hours now than you
No.
were 5 years ago? Does the
No.
state pay us less than they did 5 years ago? Yes.
It varies every year.
Yes.
Every 2 years, it can go up and down. It's
so-
based on a scale based on cases.
So we
So
don't.
it's not consistent.
We consider your position a full-time position. The state pays us for 25% this year. So the point being, how do we determine what a full-time position is? Is it based on work? Is it based by the hours that the person is here at the facility? If so, then everybody's got to start punching a time clock. We tried to make it based on position so that everything was, whether it be an auditor, a treasurer, a recorder, they all had the same basic salary of elected position. And that's how that was set up. And there's no doubt that some positions put more effort into other positions and they're paid the same. I don't know how you come up with a syllabus to fix that. I won't argue the fact that some people work more for less money and vice versa. Such is the nature of elected positions.
Based on what information are you getting that from when you say that?
What's that?
When you say that there are elected officials that work less hours than the others, where are you getting that information?
Well, I'd like to base that on being able to look at a time clock, but the elected officials won't punch a time
I
clock,
have
so I
never
can't do
told you I
that.
would never punch a time clock. If you want me, I'll punch it.
Okay, so that would be the basis where we start then. That would be the basis where we start, excluding the sheriff's department. They don't have to punch a time clock. But if we want to start there, well, they don't. They're 24 hours a day. She gets to work when she wants to work, and she has to work. So if you want to determine how much effort it takes to do the position, then we have to have some data in order to do that. And the first data point would be time.
We moved
On
from
job.
effort to years of experience. I don't know where that, I mean, we were talking about years of experience. People paid based on their years of experience of being here versus now we're on.
Based on what you said, Jamie, there isn't any proof either way. You'd have to research whether elected officials can be excluded from years of service. Because you do have elected officials. Sam's got 10 years. I've got 17 years. He's got 6 years.
Well, I don't think that there's,
You've got how many years?
one way or the other, whether a person, an elected official can be excluded. I think that's up to the commission. But I guess the only thing I was gonna research is whether you can, an elected official can have years of experience and get a new elected official and you can drop their pay.
However,
There is
if-
something in there, it's something within there's some section of code, or an AG's opinion that doesn't allow that, I believe. But, I mean, I don't think that by any means an elected official is exempt from a step or years of service.
That's referring to the base salary, not the steps.
No, not just the salary, period.
When
So
you
if
have
someone
base salary,
signs,
then you have
so if someone signs,
this much pennies and this much.
No,
this year.
no, I still think that once the budget's set, once salary's set for a position, both elected officials are vying for that same salary, or both candidates. I don't think that there is I don't believe that the county would be allowed to say, well, you're a newly elected official, we're gonna drop you back down to the base salary. I don't think that's legal to do that. And I think there is an AG's opinion that states that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
So I guess all we're talking about, if that's the case, and I believe that is the case, they have to have the same salary. So we're just talking about a bigger pay raise here is all we're talking about. Because we're already giving a pay raise every year or most years. Now we want to put a years of service alongside that. What the pay raise that the salary this year for the auditor is going to be the salary next year for the auditor plus whatever increase there is. We're already upping it every year. There's already a graduated scale. It's just determined on a yearly basis.
With your pay scale, you're talking every 5 years, right? Is that what your pay scale is, Wayne? So like you're there 5 years, it should go up. So it's not like it's every
Well, it
single
doesn't
year.
start till 15 years, so.
Every year gets the cost of living, let's say 3.5% raise. And then if you've been here for 10 years, so you'll get the 3.5%. Oh my gosh, you hit your golden time or your anniversary of the 10-year anniversary, you'll get that additional whatever per pay. You've hit your 15 years, so you'd get that additional of pay. So it ended up being that, but you all get the 3.5%. That's kind of how we're talking about the paying everybody else. It'd be nice to be able to add also the elected officials to that. Downfall is, Jamie needs to look into that if that's the case. You know, if let's say somebody runs against Kelly and they get the position, would they end up getting paid exactly what Kelly would pay, or would they get the baseline minus Kelly's 15-year retaining pay? Does that make sense?
No,
If they would get that, bring back down. Otherwise, it would end up being that somebody would take Kelly's position and get paid higher than, let's say, Sam, who's been here 10 years. You see what I'm saying on that part? That's where I think Jamie would need to have to do some legwork and find out. Like I said, the other counties that I spoke to that are doing this, it works because they have that pay scale like that. However, Jamie needs to just say, hey, yes, we can do it, or no, we can't do it.
Well,
Unless you guys don't want that research done. I personally do, but if you guys don't want it done, have Jamie look into it, then...
Yeah, I have no problem. I'll answer the question. I have no problem looking into it.
the brand new employee is gonna get the 15-year pay increase. That's as simple as it can be.
I'm
Well, that was a
relatively
big
sure
deal for somebody-
I'm relatively sure there's an AG's opinion out there that's
Yeah.
what it's at. Which is all that's been discussed someplace before.
Is there anything else that counties do then for elected officials? Because I think we are all in agreement that it's important to have a 17-year-old, a 10-year, 10.
Basically reward them for their service. Is basically
Yeah, I don't know what it would be. Is there anything? I don't know, other than money. Is there any other benefit, or do they do? I don't know.
Right.
To just show the importance of not turning over. I don't know.
because it costs counties more money for, same way business. You turn over employees, you're using a lot more money than you are doing.
Except these services terminate on a 4-year basis.
No, I get what you're saying.
And so whether or not the county wants to keep them or the employee wants to stay, it's still determined on a 4-year basis by the will of the people. And so you can see how it could work both ways. If someone is at 15 years and the people say, well, they're going to get another raise, maybe we should put somebody new into the position so we can avoid that salary increase. And it can work the other way also. That again, all I can say is in every other elected entities, whether it be federal or state, they all start out the same place the other one ended up. And now the only place you'll see a difference is in like committee memberships. They'll get paid additionally if they're on a committee, they'll get paid more. But the base salary for the senator or the House of Representatives is the same for 1 year or 50 years. The starting salary for a president is the same salary as one or after 8 years. I just don't see a way to actually do it and not put somebody, one person, either the new person or the person with longevity at some kind of disadvantage.
I do see both sides. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't, but I do see both sides. But it would be nice to be able to break it down somehow.
So the way to do it, if you want to make sure that they're paid for time and service, is to give raises on a yearly basis, but the raises almost have to go across the board with everybody. So one person's lifted up, everybody's lifted up. But that's achieving the whole thing. I've been here longer, I'm making more money than I was before. That was the purpose of it, because it was a wreck before when everybody had salaries all over like this. And then the argument was, well, I'm working way more than this person or that person. Why am I not getting the same? So it all elected officials got the same amount of money, same salary, and they all advanced at the same time. Other than the sheriff's department, the sheriff's department was always higher than the other positions.
And the state's attorney.
Yeah.
And the state's attorney.
And the state's
Just
attorney.
those two.
Yep. So that was the rationale for it.
Is there any way we can, look into it? Like I said, years of service. I mean, I get where you're coming from. I do. But it's, like you said, if there's a way, we should at least try and find it. So they can be rewarded too, because it's also not fair to reward regular employees and not like the officials. And I get where John's coming from. Their reward is being reelected, but if they're doing a good job and they keep getting reelected and everything else, they should at least be compensated or try and find a way for them to be rewarded. So they deserve that.
But you're just talking about raises, because if we reward
Well, I
them-
understand that, but like I'm saying that there is a way we can somehow compromise them, like we do with regular employees. We should try and find it.
We can, but the years in service that they're compensated for is going to pass on to the employee that takes their position. There's no other way to do that. So it isn't really paying them for years in service, it is evaluating on a yearly basis their salary increase.
So should you do it at all then for anyone?
What's that?
If you can't do it for everyone, should you do it for anyone? You
We
know
do,
what I mean?
we do it for everyone, that's,
No, the years of service.
what's that?
If you can't do it for all employees here, should you?
Well, we can do it for the hired employees.
That's what I'm saying though, is that fair though, to do it for them if you can't do it for?
That doesn't sound fair.
Why not? The elected officials are hired by the voters. They decide whether or not they do that on a 4-year basis. They evaluate they give them a job performance evaluation every 4 years by electing them or not electing them.
Right, so then they're obviously getting reelected, so they're doing a good job. The voters can't say, hey, let's give Sam a raise.
No, they can't, but
But they're
that's why,
reelecting them
that's
for-
why we give Sam a raise. That's why you're trying to separate two different things.
No, I'm not.
They get raises every year.
But I get that.
The cost of living is different than a raise. The cost of living affects everyone. A raise is something totally different. When we're talking about 3 people and a gap of 5, right? Isn't that what is that? And it's how many cents?
19 cents more for 15 years, to $25 a month. Which of course that's from 1996. So,
Okay.
Is that even worth arguing over?
I know, I looked at it, I was like, oh, that 19 cents more.
They're
an
making
hour
far
is-
more than 19 cents more. They've gotten raise increases. Old Time Wayne's got another raise
No,
in
this
here.
is that longevity bonus that they get per month, is $25 more a month. That,
Which has been supplemented by the yearly wage increases.
yeah.
So the discrepancy you're talking about, let's just take it one more step. So now, let's say we give a 15-year raise for Kelly. And we give for Sam. And somebody else, here, the treasurer hasn't got any raises because she hasn't been here as long as you two have. Let's just say, for argument's sake, 2 years from now, you leave. The person that takes your place assumes your salary. Now we have someone that has been here less
But
time.
we don't know that for sure, right, till you research this?
Now we have someone that's been here less time, earning a higher wage than someone who's been here longer.
Right.
That's
what I-
But
the
do we know
problem.
that for sure?
Yes, we do know that
That's
for sure.
right.
No, well, has he researched it?
Well,
We could have Jamie research that part.
Right, we don't know that.
I mean, if we could,
circumstance tells us that also. Just, again, there's no
So has there
other
ever been a
political.
sheriff hired lower than the previous?
The salary is, as you hire a sheriff,
I do believe so.
well, because most of the sheriff, we haven't had a duly elected, we haven't had a duly elected sheriff for a long time. It's been appointed.
Last 3 times.
Yeah.
Well, Bob was.
But
elected.
he was appointed
Put it
and
first.
then, and given a salary, and then the salary passed on, so.
Correct.
So you can appoint him lower or higher?
I don't
Not
know.
a good idea.
Well, so,
But it happened,
so,
obviously, right?
so the theory behind running, so you believe that you're running for a specific wage when you're running for the sheriff. That's advertised, it's in the budget, it's public information. So they can't just pull the rug out from someone that runs for election.
But if you're advertising, aren't you saying you're here with this experience, here with this? Like you see ads all the time, depending on experience, this is the scale. So you
But
would know.
But you're not when you're running for an elected position. You're not applying for a position to apply for that pay scale based on your experience. You're running when you're running for an elected position, you're running to take that position with the knowledge, with the belief that you have that knowledge that predecessor or that other party has. So you're not running to with the thought that you're gonna climb the ladder and get experience. You're running with the thought that you have that knowledge to handle a position. That's why they're competitive elections where President of the United States, that's why they have debates. That's why they base voting for Congress on the record. You're supposed to have that knowledge that you need to fill that position because that's the highest law enforcement office in the county, or the state's attorney. You're supposed to have more knowledge than anybody that's working for you, or the clerk of court, or the auditor, treasurer, same thing. You're supposed to have the knowledge field to take that position. So that's why I believe, and I do believe that there's AG's opinion out there that says that you can't drop it from one person to the other in an election. I'll actually text Aaron right now to see if he has.
I would be curious, because I'd then be curious on the sheriff salaries, actually, very curious.
Serious as in what for?
Curious.
I don't understand.
If you can't drop them.
Yes, Sam.
I think going from an elected, like where a person's appointed midterm, at that point, I think it's up to the commission to decide the salary because they have the ability to go negotiate.
Right, but look, I'm talking elected.
Yeah, elected. I don't think that salary can drop.
I would be curious to know the answer on that.
What were you gonna say, Sam?
I guess what we're trying to say is we feel we deserve a raise.
That was the point I said a long time ago. That this is a negotiation about a raise. It isn't a negotiation about anything else. And
So,
to get it back, I mean, you're trying to separate two different things. We talk about raises every year, whether you say cost of living or whatever it might be. It's still a raise, and that's what we're talking about. Now we're trying to lump another set of circumstances into that really put them all together and what's the employee worth? And then if you want to say one employee is worth more than the other, then how do you justify that? And then if you want to put a bunch of other variables in there, how do you justify all that? And eventually you come up with the same situation that we did 13 years ago when we set a standard and put yearly and based it on the COLA and had built-in yearly raises based on the COLA. And that all fell apart after some point. What I was trying to do is make the point that we do have courthouse hourly employees that need to be adjusted for the hourly employees we have at the road department or vice versa.
They should go down to $20.20 per hour.
Wayne, I didn't say up or down, I said adjusted. The whole argument here was this is unfair. I just looked at it and here's what's fair. And if you want to have fair, then you have to go by what the figures say is fair, and you're correct. And then we look at salaries and we say, well, this person's earning less than this person. Well, guess what? This person's only working 4 days and this one's working 5. This one's working 37.5 hours, this one's working 40 hours. If you want to compare apples to apples, you have to have all apples in the basket. And so that's the only way to do it. I'm not saying that it's too much or too little. I'm saying if we're going to put this in perspective, that everybody has to be looked at under the same microscope.
Right. So back in 1996, when I begged for this program to start, we took a less increase, the road department did, for salaries that year we were negotiating. And with that, then I requested to have this set up so there was some incentive to try to save employees because people were quitting, retiring, or whatever. And so that's how it got set up. Yeah, it was 1996. So $25 a month in 96 was something. But the problem was you had to wait for 15 years, and a lot of guys left before the 15 years were up.
Correct.
Yeah, it'd be nice to, it would be nice to have a 5, 10, 15, 20, kind of go like that.
Well,
I
I
mean,
don't
we've
disagree.
been blessed to
Yeah.
have people that stayed for 30 years, 40 years, 43 years, the experience of those guys. And 10, 11, 14. It's worth something, experience.
And that's the biggest issue, is,
Yep.
as everyone knows right now.
Nobody starting the first day is gonna know as much as the experience. I don't care what job it is.
And then not only that, you can go to the company next door, they could talk to you and say, oh, you have this much experience, we'll give you this much money if you come over here. Well, then they're gonna jump ship. So it's like, it's you gotta give them something for them to stay.
Yeah.
It's understandable, and I get where you guys as elected officials feel the same way. So it's like trying to find the happy medium in all that. Where can you meet in the medium, or what can you do to do it that's legal and not create a chaos. So it's
Recruitment and retention are the variables that set salary. Stephanie's probably more aware of that than anybody in the business she's in. If you're not paying enough, you can't recruit or retain. If you are it's easy to recruit and retain, you might be paying too much. If there's somewhere in a fine line in between where you have a certain amount of turnover that wasn't based on salary, it was just based on people wanting to go somewhere else, and then you get the sweet spot. That's how you determine. That's how business always determines the correct salary.
So how much do you guys think one should be paid more per month for the 5, 10, 15, 20? $25 is, I figured, is 19 cents. That was based on 37.5 hours a week. Is that what most?
We work
The
40.
road's 40.
You work 40?
Road and sheriff are the departments that work 40 hours a week.
What's the pay? What do we pay on? 37.5 hours.
So,
So everybody's paid on 37.5 hours.
Road department's 40.
Yeah, but I mean in the
everybody
courthouse.
else is,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So my
Okay.
big question is, have we decided a salary increase for the employees yet? That was at the last meeting. Have we done anything at all with that?
Yeah, we did. We
We
did
did, okay.
2.8%.
3.2.
Okay, you did do that, okay.
3.2.
3.2.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I missed that part,
because we
okay.
basically just took the last salary,
Okay,
last year's budget, and then added the
The cost of living.
3.2%.
3.2.
Yeah,
It
we
was
added
2.8
that.
and then it got bumped to
How much
3.2.
did you guys put in your budget?
Okay.
What
That
would
way
you guys,
we basically
what
took the
did you
same
guys put
budget
in there
and
to
then we
like for
added the raises.
yourselves?
okay.
Did you guys go
basically
4 or
said,
5?
Five.
here's how much more
5%?
your department is for the raises, everything else, and
Okay.
any extra.
That was my question.
It was based on the COLA, based on
Okay.
everybody else getting, all the taxpayers are getting 3.2.
4.
That's, yeah,
That's why
So
we
the
did this.
cost of living is applied to the road department also?
yes.
No.
Well, you put bigger raises than that in the road
Yes.
department.
Yeah,
Because you
that's
did-
the raise,
because
that's
you
not
had-
the cost of living.
Cause you,
You wanna get that way. Because they're getting $18 an hour and there's nobody else working for $18 an
What are the salaries for you put raises into the road department this
hour. Yeah, I
year,
put $2 an hour.
right?
and that was the last meeting you discussed that, was put into that.
And that was, no, that was on the original proposed budget when
Yeah.
proposed this year,
It's 12 cents more an hour
Okay.
right?
at
So
$25.
that's in your budget for this year?
That's not-
or-
Right, everybody got $2 an hour,
In the road department, yeah.
right,
Okay.
right.
And Kristen,
Which amounted
did we get
to-
Kristen
yeah.
$2 an hour? That's
And
what Kelly put in her
But
budget for
they didn't
Kristen.
get did they get the 3.2 or just get the $2?
I didn't do anything more with it.
You
Just
follow what I'm
the
saying?
$2.
he got the $2.
But
they
they
got
got
the
3.2.
No,
No,
Okay, I'm
just
just clarifying that, okay,
right,
okay.
and
And
Yeah.
I didn't do, in this budget that you have in front of you, it's not reflective of the sheriff's department because you hired Amber at the 75. So I couldn't
Correct.
go back to
Yeah.
last year's and then get the 3.2. So I kept hers in there the way it is, highlighted it so that you guys could know that part.
Mhm. I would like to see Christy be able to get the $2 that
Yeah.
Kelly put in for her for the raise.
What
She's been
does-
here 13 years.
What does a 13-year road department employee get under your with your pay raise?
Well, there's a 14-year one would get $20.80.
Okay, then that's what it should be.
She's making more than that, isn't she?
They're at 18,
48.
40 something.
So, right.
So,
Hold on, you're at 20, what, 20?
2040.
$20.80.
2080.
Yeah.
And Christy is the only deputy we've had. She's been here 13
Yeah.
years. Our newest deputy is 3 months, 4 months, 7 months.
Bryce, yeah.
Bryce?
Yeah.
So,
Remember?
right, so we if we adjust Christie's here, we can then, after the budget, put some kind of process into place.
Mm.
If you wanna go and readjust Wayne's and readjust the rest of them.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So,
And the thing with, you know, the problem with getting only the COLA is, again, that doesn't include health insurance. So, you know, Christy pays out of pocket for families, so insurance keeps going up, her paycheck just keeps going down. Some of her paychecks are a couple $100s. And so she's gonna get to that point where,
Not worth it.
right.
you know, so.
Yep.
And she has been here 13 years, and there again, I'll say it's, you know, you got 13 years in, and you know the job, and somebody starts out the same day as you with 0 experience, and we're putting them at the same pay. And I think that's where, you know, how do you retain your employees? Where is that incentive to, other than she's a phenomenal employee, but what does that say
Right.
to the new people coming in?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're not,
And I seen that with my mom's job. She retired. They hired somebody, and they gave her like $15,000 more an hour. And my mom was extremely pissed.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
but, yeah, but to get somebody back in that position, yeah, I know what you're saying. It's just what do you, yeah.
Right, but,
So Wayne's and your raises are in place,
yes.
and now I've adjusted Christie to the raise that, okay?
So then the other 3 are only gonna get are going to receive 3.2%.
They already did, it's already in here.
Okay.
Could
And
we-
if you put the scale in, then Annie's been here two years, not quite 2 years. And she is her, if you do the 5, you know, 5, then,
Yep. And we'll write that scale up after budget to go into play. You know, we'll bring everybody up to where we want them, right? Is this what we're
Well,
thinking?
if we agree that Wayne's is the baseline now, and then we can go move, if it was 5 years, 15 years before, now it can be 5 years from where we're at now. If we've got a base, if we draw the baseline here, then we can move the hourly employees up from there.
Yeah, cause that retention bonus is beautiful. I just think it should be a better dollar amount rather than, and start at 5. But those are things we can work on after budget. Yep.
Yep.
So let's not forget about 2, go back to revisit that one.
Well, we'll have the budget will be reflective then of the baseline salaries. We'll have that.
Mm-hmm. I don't think people will let you forget. It's like, I don't wanna forget that either.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things to talk about in with the employees, but one of the retention things, of course, it has to be brought up is the retirement. The retirement is completely different than anybody in the private sector's retirement now. The retirement in the FERS is your salary that you're retired at, basically, and it goes up accordingly. It's not a lump sum figure. So that's part of the retention for a lot of government employees is the salary, the retirement benefit.
And there's no question about North Dakota PERS, that's why we have employees for 20 to 30 years here. That's why they're still here.
That's right. So if you're arguing retention,
Then
if
it's a
salary,
big plus.
Correct.
yes,
There's no question.
a lot of the retention is that retirement.
And they'll agree with that.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
huge.
And they get that till the day they die, right?
Yep.
Which is good. They should.
Mm-hmm.
So there's your other side of the coin.
Except now on the new employee,
Another 5 years, I know.
the new employees are not going,
No.
are
It's
going
just-
to be
it's-
onto a,
Is this the
Different
last
plan.
year? Is it, if they're hired this year, they're
It's
still on it, and after next 25, is they different, change?
They're going
And
like
it
a
start- it
regular
starts
The
401k.
401
January.
defined.
January first.
January 1st, they have to go to the 401 defined?
401k plans.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, the regular, like
It's
rest of-
defined benefits.
Like
Yeah.
what we, like
What
what
we
I
have.
would, what I would offer to my staff.
What almost all private entity offers now, other than a few union employees.
Which they can,
Things under
they can,
defined
depend on the
benefits.
market, because they can get more retirement out of the deal when they do that.
What's that?
They can get more retirement out of the deal when they do that. The only thing is, they can, sounds like it could run out.
No, the preferred retirement is what the county employees have, because it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
It just keeps going up and going up and going
But I mean,
up.
like, if they switch to a 401k, wouldn't that change it?
So
Well, you-
the way it's a pension plan right now. always.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
So we're guaranteed our retirement. So it's a salary of, or it's a combination of, or it's formula of salary. It's our 3 highest years of service, average of the 3 highest years of service, and then we get 2% of that for every year that we have served. We have to serve. Some people are in Rule 85, some people are in Rule 90, depending on when they started.
Yeah.
But if you meet that, then you get 2% for every year that you serve.
And it's years of service plus age, yeah, equals 85, correct? Yeah.
So you're guaranteed that specific dollar amount no matter what happens, whereas a 401k
That's what
or
I
a
mean. it
defined
would change
contribution
it.
plan, it could completely collapse the year before you retire and you don't know what you have.
But that's why almost all the pension plans are bankrupt. I mean, North Dakota FERS, they're constantly having to pump money into it because it can't cover the benefits it's paying out. It's not bringing in enough
Yeah.
revenue from the, and it keeps going up. We keep having to pay more and more because there's more and more retirees. People are living longer.
And those Don say what, 240 million they pumped into it last time? Something
Yeah,
like
and that didn't make a dent in the principal. It just brought it back. It's a mess.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
But they said that's been a mess for a while, and they haven't done anything about it, right? I think Dave's saying, maybe I missed it.
Well,
Yeah, they ignored it and then it could have been probably fixed a long time ago, but
They kept
ignored
kicking it off to the side and said they'd do it.
every pension plan, just by the nature of it, is a pyramid scheme. It starts out, when you start out, you're paying in for your retirement, but pretty soon, there's not enough people paying in for all the people that retired. It's an inverted pyramid. And that's why none of them work. The only ones that are left intact are some of the big union plans and
They gotta have a
government.
Lot, they gotta have a lot of members with the government behind them though on that.
And, yeah, it's, I mean, the state of North Dakota can't support it. I mean, they want out of it, but there's no way out of it.
Hey, Sam, how much is the 3.2% raise to you guys? How much of a dollar amount raise is that?
Well, it depends on salary.
Well, because those three make the same.
Right.
So it would be the
Just
same.
look at Sam's salary. B9.
Thank you. You're taking over my inbox.
Are these raises for next year? Right? I'm not being a smart aleck.
$2,600.
I don't get why it wouldn't be part of it.
What's that?
So if I were to do what they wanted me to do, I would have taken what the salary was for last year or for this year, and then give it the 3.2. Well, that wouldn't come in at the 75.
It's not based on what I have now.
It was based on last year's sheriff's salary.
So what they wanted me to do is take last year's and then do the 3.2. That's why I didn't do it to you guys, is because you guys are already higher than what it was.
Then the 3.2% of last
Yeah,
year.
so I didn't.
You just left it.
So then it
the
would be
higher.
whatever you
But you
guys.
wouldn't do it off what someone's making?
So then it would
What you're hired at, you wouldn't do
Oh.
it off what you're hired at?
So what they asked me to do at the last
I
meeting
know,
was
but
yeah.
why wouldn't it be off what you're hired at?
Well,
Right.
because it was a yearly, it was over 12 months. So if you were hired, it could be what you're hired at, but it would be less because you've only been working for what, 4 months? So it would be, we went back to the yearly, last year's budget, here's what you're paid, we added 3.2% to it. That's how they did it. So I don't know what the sheriff's salary was at last year's budget. I think it was 66,000, I believe.
Yeah, and then we agreed to her for what,
I think
71
I think it was 68.
68, 640, I'm looking.
Yep, so
Right.
then,
And
so
then
then I didn't do it to that one
Then it was
because,
raised to 75,000.
5,000,
right.
correct.
So then you guys would have to tell me to do that 3.2 on top of that one.
I see what you're saying.
It wasn't trying to exclude anybody, it was trying to go populate it through the program so that
I
you
know,
could,
I just-
yeah.
Yeah.
It was trying to populate it through the program.
So the 3.2% difference from you guys' for your raise would be 80-cent raise.
It's $2,500 a year, right? $200 a month. Approximately.
Well, the 58.32.
I think it's $2,600 by 12.
49. Oops.
So what is it?
It's 15.76 is the raise that they got.
Yeah.
1,576.18, which is 18 cents.
What are you looking at?
Or 80 cents, I mean.
I just went by hour. You
Right.
said 80 cents an hour, right?
80 cents an hour raise.
So I did 80 cents an hour, and then 37.50, and then I times that by 12.
So
Or,
19 for us for 37.
Or I timed it by 52. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 1,950 hours.
Oh,
so
I got
we
one.
just do 1950.
I
1950.
Oh, okay. I got 50.
So yeah,
I got 15, 16 more to do.
$1,560.
I'm so sorry.
And for Christie, I had requested that $2 additional above whatever the COLA was. That was that, but so that's why that's what her numbers said.
Oops, 26, 28.
So back to the budget, we're at,
Yeah.
$1,918,000 is what we're levying now. We levied $1,628,000 last year. We're over budget by $289,643 as of this budget.
And the changes that were made to that budget was the family insurance was taken out and put down just to the single policy.
Yeah.
The IT budget was put back to what you guys budgeted for last year, and
Yeah.
then the salaries went to the 3.2.
Yeah. And-
Excluding the sheriff's department, excluding the road department. So then you guys would have to tell me on that one.
I'd like to make a suggestion. If we go back to salary. For those three ladies that are three elected officials, if you did a 4%, it would be a dollar raise instead of an 80-cent raise. It's 20 cents more than we have in there. That at least if we can't give them the $2 like everybody else has, do the 4%, which would bring up to be $1. That's my thought too.
But the argument, of course, then you have to go all across everybody else then.
No, we don't. We didn't give everybody else the $2, did we?
Well, yeah.
just saying, we are already not doing everybody the same.
Can I be included with those 3 other ladies too?
Yeah, I'm just see.
Except for Jamie. He doesn't get it. Do you make the same as them, Jamie? So, would it be $1 for you?
I have no idea.
Just a thought. Doesn't have to be, but that would, a 4%, going from 3.2 to a 4% would bring it to be
That's
to
just
80.
just for the elected officials, you mean, or what?
Mhm.
Can we do that?
We can do whatever you want, but
Well, I'm talking like,
We have to go across everybody now.
yeah, that's what I'm worried about. We can't just pick a certain section. I feel like I'm picking a certain section.
we already are with the
You
road
are.
department. We already are picking certain sections, so why are we
suppose, yeah.
eliminating these three?
No, you got a point. You got a point.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Well, we choose the percentage that we can choose these. Well, I mean, that's again, that's up to you, because I don't think, are we giving anybody else a 3.2% besides
Any additional? No.
the elected officials?
Everybody.
Everybody is.
Everybody.
Did Wayne? Did you give yours 3.2 plus $2 or just
No.
$2?
Just the $2.
I wasn't allowed to,
Okay.
He stayed within his, yeah,
but
does anybody
It's-
starting to see the logic of why we put it in the first place to, everybody had a fixed salary and they went up accordingly? Now, this argument's been was hashed over many, many times, and that's what we came up with.
well, the road department has been behind pay
Agreed.
scale for years. I mean, they're
Agreed.
Way behind, way too low. If you hire anybody back, you're not gonna get anybody for $20 an hour.
I agree.
Especially now when the PERS has disappeared and you got a 401k. A little more
Mhm.
risky.
Mhm.
Uh,
You're not wrong.
So they should have been brought up 20 years ago, 10 years ago.
Right. Oh, you can
Sheriff's office as well, we're gonna get there.
leave that. That's fine. I just threw it out there, so if it died, it died. But
The guys are satisfied to get the $2 an hour. But there's gonna be guys retiring, and I don't know what's gonna happen. So we hire somebody back with the same dollar amount, we can't do that. No experience, so, but
I request a 5-minute break.
mhm.
Motion by Tran to take a 5-minute break. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Averill. All in favor?
Aye.
We'll see who's more in favor by how fast they run. 5-minute break.
Okay.
So again, we're $289,000 over what we were last year. If we see where we're over, go to page A2, Schedule A, page 2, the right-hand column. The overages are in, without the parentheses indicate under. Why are we under in the senior citizens?
I put in the same number as last year. It depends on what number you'd like me to put in there. It all depends on the taxable value. It depends on different things. So yeah.
I think last year, because we supplemented, we dropped the levy down a little bit.
A lot of those did not, because we were estimating taxable value to come in lower than what it did. So then they
Right.
didn't meet their full. So last year you guys did 46,000. I put 48,000 in there. If you guys wanna increase.
But you have a decrease of $17,000. You have 31,000 in there, not 48.
Mhm. That's how it calculates out, so then,
What page you on?
So if I go to
A2.
E5,
E5,
Well, from there,
No, I mean, there's definitely a mistake here.
I have the 48,000 in there.
yeah, 48,
with
and then
the-
you have the revenues over under extended of 28.
Mhm. So if you guys would like me to bump that up to more than,
I don't know why you would, because it's, you got the health of the over under revenue. What is, you put,
He's probably like, what kind of people are? I don't know.
yeah, leave it.
I got a question I want to raise.
yep,
County vehicles.
yes.
So it says 26 for 2023, 57 for 2024. Is that the
Right.
Because I know we were.
So I have $65,000 budgeted in there for next year.
Okay.
So then they would have the 10,000, the 25,000, and then the 65,000.
I don't know.
Where does the over under come from?
So you added.
It's the difference between the expenses and the revenues. So, okay,
Okay, yeah, will you show me?
okay, so if you go
Where
through,
did the miscellaneous income come from? That's the point.
That
I
19,000,
don't-
19,235, 53.
I don't know what that is.
No, that's what's causing the problem here.
So,
This,
Yeah, where'd that come from? Is that what they gave you? Is that miscellaneous income or?
no, that's what we got.
Oh, we received that.
Yeah, we got that in. I don't know what it was for, but I have to make this come out. So I have to have that miscellaneous. I don't know what it was for. I don't know where it came from.
Oh, good.
I'm not entirely sure on that. I'd have to do I can try to. Does that jog your memory, Maddie, at all, the miscellaneous income for senior citizens for last year?
We received 19.
Miscellaneous income?
Yeah, there was a miscellaneous income for senior citizens.
Was it a donation?
Does
or
that
something?
does that ring a bell at all?
The only income usually that comes in is like from the state, but that's the, I didn't know anything.
I'm wondering if that's what that is.
It could be.
Did they receive additional funding from the state?
but,
It's the yearly stuff.
but we've never
Yearly
treated,
state aid.
we've never treated the senior citizen, any of its e-accounts this way. We've always given them the number of mills, the value of the mills. Same as the road, same as the fair board, the library, all those. We don't do it based on income, because what'll happen here is they'll only, instead of getting $48,000 of revenue, we're gonna give them $10,000.
We're gonna give them 30 some because they.
No,
it
that's what.
says here that they received 19 miscellaneous, so they need. So they're saying that
So
you
I
need
don't-
less mills because they received 19 miscellaneous.
So,
So they
but
need less from us.
so then it shouldn't be in there for 2025.
Right.
That one. So then that should drop.
Because
that
they're not
down.
gonna be receiving that again in 2025. They'll just
Right.
they received it in 2020.
Yeah, so we've always done.
Okay.
On the fair board, the library, the senior citizens, we'll just give them the max amount of mills they have coming.
Hmm.
That's all.
Well, we've tried to do that in the past, and then we've estimated higher than what a mill should be coming in. Last year it didn't work out because the mill came in far higher than what we were even estimating. So I can't increase those budgets after you guys have approved them. So once you guys approve, so that's when I come and say, like, let's estimate a mill to be higher than what we think. Right now I'm estimating a mill to be what the mill is worth right now. In this budget, that's what it is.
I know, but this discrepancy here is that income shouldn't be in the estimated revenue for 2025.
Right, so I took that out now. Yep,
So
yep.
what should happen is,
The 48,000 will roll over and show onto here.
this
Perfect.
number, that parentheses number
Yep.
will be a higher dollar value amount than the mill can produce,
What,
right?
what is the number now that you have that out? Or that you took it out of there? What's the number now?
Senior citizens will get a 50,408.13 levy, which is 1,201.94 over.
Right, see,
Perfect.
that's right. Very good. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yep, I seen ya.
But that's like the difference between like all of these. Like I want to make that clear. I am having the taxable value at this year's taxable value. So whatever taxable value comes in at, that's what I'm stuck at. I can't
No, we
increase.
understand that, but
If it goes-
the
let's say it comes back.
$19,000 was an error here.
Right, you're right.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what-
But like for the road department, you know, you guys have me put it at the same dollar amount as last year. Well, we came in lower than the 30 mils last year, so I'm going to come in lower than the 30 mils this year. Is kind of what I'm saying.
Oh, I see what
like
you're saying.
for all of them, we're not estimating.
At the 25 mil, we're doing at the 23 mil that we did last year.
Right. And if the taxable value comes in, we're going to be even lower than that.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So if you want to break, right now that was the only one, the general fund is where it's over most, 246,000. Of the 289,000 overage, there's 246 is in the general fund. And if you go to page B4 and B5, you'll be able to see that. So once you get to B4, you can look at the estimated expenditures for 24. That's what it was actually, that was actual expenditure for 24. And then you can compare it to the final appropriation for 25. So for instance, the auditor went from 86,497 or 97 to 89,226.
Yeah.
So you can see the increases there, or decreases.
But the auditor itself, that increases the salary because you didn't increase anything else but the salary, correct?
No, there must have been some other increases here, because the increase here is $2,500.
Yeah.
Because you increased it last year a little bit because of election, I know that.
That was in the general fund.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
just a
that's a
general
different
fund?
But no,
Okay.
I didn't increase anything more than just the salaries.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a $200 a month increase.
So the big increase here was the insurance. That's B8, $40,000 approximately. And that insurance is the health insurance, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Ugh,
That's not
unfortunate.
that's not reflective of the family plans that were wanted.
Right. no.
These were all-
That's just
these were the
$40,000 just in
single-
a single member.
And just think of those who have to pay for their
I know,
insurance, how much that is for them.
I know.
Oh, this insurance is terrible.
it's horrible.
And then I looked at, maybe I looked at something else that was wrong, but I noticed another increase, it was like county tax or something, the tax increase on new courthouse too.
That's the bond payment.
That's the bond payment, yeah, the bond payment went up, right?
Well, it's
Do it every
Because it
year,
got
don't we?
combined into 1 year.
Oh.
It was,
And then
before
we
it
were
was
having-
done, the interest was paid separately from the principal prior. And so it's the same, it went down, actually the payment went down from 2 years ago, but
Yeah, it did, 'cause we
you guys, Troy did some work on that to renegotiate.
To get the
those.
interest rates down.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was just curious because it says an increase of 43,000. That's why.
The payment, because the payment and the interest were rolled together. Before, it was just the principal and the interest was paid separately. And that was in a different,
There were some other fees that I
yeah,
wasn't.
it was paid to the Bank of North Dakota, actually.
Yep.
So the actual amount that we're paying for the courthouse went down. It just got lumped together here. Is higher.
Do you want to do the department heads' budgets that are here? Take a look at them while they're here.
Yeah. Amber's here.
While they're here.
For the sheriff's office, the only thing I changed in the budget was Dalton's salary with a $2,000 raise. The rest I left alone.
What page are you again?
What page is that?
19.
Thank you.
19.
So it would be deputy,
Okay.
1,
That's Dalton's.
Dalton.
Dalton's deputy.
So I kept, like I said, I kept those numbers the same as her requested. I didn't do the 3.2. I just rolled over what she requested on those.
Okay.
Everybody in favor of that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, make
Okay.
that change.
We're good there?
Yeah, do
We're
that.
good here.
Patrol vehicle, we need to talk about.
Yep, so if
Yeah.
you go to page,
Yeah.
She said she added like another 25,000.
nope,
No,
nope,
no.
another 65.
Oh, 60.
Hold on.
It doesn't, what page, that's on the,
That's separate-
that's in the
that's
general
separate.
fund,
That's a-
that's a capital
Exactly, right, you got a
expenditure.
separate thing there, but we need to discuss how much, because you got,
Hey, while we're here, let's do it.
you got
See what-
35,000, correct?
C
What page is
15.
it on?
C15.
C15?
So,
Under the general fund.
no, it's in a C fund.
What page?
C15.
I'm looking.
Yeah, C15.
Yeah. So you guys levied or did 10,000 the one year, 25,000 last year, and then I have another 65, or they requested another 65,000 this year.
But it's only gonna take 55.
Well, okay, so that,
Here we go again.
no. So I need a motion from you guys to take out the estimated expenditures for 2024 of the 25,000. So then to take that out, that would then bring, because I still have
Got me there.
I still have a balance of 10,000. So
But isn't that balance there? We didn't spend it.
yeah, right. So
Right.
it's not gonna then have me levy because I have a carryover.
Well, that's the purpose.
Yeah,
So
so-
the actual levy instead of 65 is gonna be 55, but you end up with the same principal amount.
So you want it to be 75 so that you end up getting 65.
If you guys are wanting the 65.
If you want the bottom number to be 65 balance in that account, we need to request 75 because there's a $10,000 layover.
No,
No.
just the opposite. Just the
Oh.
opposite.
Okay.
Run by us again here, sorry, I'm just.
Okay.
Go with me.
No, I'll say, so she's requesting $65,000 for a vehicle, correct?
Yeah, correct, okay, then how much we got in? so
Okay, but I'm gonna explain that to you.
Yeah.
She's requesting $65,000 for a vehicle. That was in the sheriff's budget.
Yes.
We moved it to the county vehicle replacement budget.
Yes.
Yep.
We need $65,000 in that budget.
Yes.
We've got $10,000 in the budget. We need to put another 55 in, not another 65.
Well, we added 25 last year.
But you have another 25.
But we spent part of that.
But you're
No.
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 So
No.
so if you want 65,000 in there, I need you to amend the budget to take out that 25. That then would say that we're not gonna spend that 25.
Then you have this done wrong, because if we didn't spend it, that 25 should be there, it shouldn't be $10,000.
It is. So I always put in the budget that you guys have. So I know, but it's because I have this as an expense. You're not gonna expense it out this year. So then I need a motion from you to amend this budget to take this to 0, then that will roll over to
Oh,
the
I see, because we're not gonna spend it, that 25,000 this year.
It should, this number here on actual expenditure, this should be 25,000. This shouldn't have, this carryover shouldn't have been 10. Here it is 55 here, right?
Okay, so the 10 is from the year prior. I always put in that you're gonna spend 100% of the budget this year. But you're not going to spend 100% of that. So I need you to tell me
But
to
we
make
might,
this
you
zero.
don't know, we might still spend that money
Sam,
this year.
wait a minute. This is a C budget, Sam. This is an accumulating budget.
Yes.
So,
right.
Yes.
so it's not like it has to roll over. It stays.
It never goes.
No, I know, but you're not gonna see this until it's 2 years more. Until 2026, then this will be 0. But right now, I have that you're gonna spend 100% of the 2024 budget, but you're not.
On these C budgets, that what we don't get spent should get rolled to the
Okay,
balance
here.
forward.
So if I take that out, I only need you, if I take that 25 out, I only need 30 more.
I understand.
Okay, so if I take that out, now I only have a $30,000 levy that I need.
I understand.
Period.
No, I understand
But I
that.
need this out.
Well, actually, we need to amend the program so that this didn't go out. It just got rolled to the balance.
But I need it out of the expenses, is what I'm saying. Like, it's still there. It's still there in the like, we have the money, but I need the expense out.
Okay, so this is like a,
In the budget, we said we were going to buy something this year, 2024, but we're not going to.
Right, so I just need that expense out. I'm saying we're not,
We need to amend that.
We need to say we're not going to spend it so you can remove it for the record purpose.
right, just
But yet
amend the
it's still there.
2024
Then it won't be
budget to say
available.
0.
Then it won't be expensed out, it'll be sitting in that savings.
Right, it's still there. But I'm just saying I'm not gonna spend it this year. Unless you wanna spend it this year. You wanna spend 25 this year and then the
Well, that
other.
depends on how much that sheriff can limp that pickup along.
How long, how's that take
Not too
up?
much longer, unfortunately.
We're good for now.
so.
Okay.
So you want us to
make
not
that-
Because that's the
spend
thing,
it in
you'll get-
25
It's
and
the
spend it in
program that's
26?
causing the problem.
We'll just
It's
remove
the
it.
program that's causing the
35,000.
problem.
Right, yeah.
It should just allow
Yeah,
this.
because
This number
right now,
down here
technically, you
should now
have
be
30.
I mean, in 25.
this.
I'm sorry. Not
Right,
26.
so if I take that
'Cause technically,
25
right now, she has 35
out of the
in there
expenses,
for
then
that.
I'm not, like, I'm not.
I want to give her another
sending it.
25, so then she would add 65, or 60 for a new vehicle.
Okay, so let me explain this to you now. I got it right here. Let me explain it to you. She wants $65,000.
Okay.
Total.
We'll amend this,
Total.
We'll amend this budget, so the bottom line is, there'll be $65,000 for a vehicle out of the 2025 budget.
Yes,
Right.
Correct.
Yep.
So she can buy.
We'll make the,
Got
we'll
it.
make the changes to make it fit here.
perfect, thank you.
That's fine.
And it's not, it doesn't require an amendment, it just requires, this is a software problem. It didn't carry that unspent money to the bottom of the page. So if you look at the bottom of this page on,
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Yeah.
It shows
It says,
55,000.
yeah, it shows,
Shows 55.
yeah.
it should be 35,000, instead of 10,000, it should be 35,000 carrying forward.
So I'm taking out that $25,000 expense on the
But if you take the
2024.
expense out, it'll do the same thing.
Because we're not gonna use it.
That's good.
I see what you're saying.
So do we need
Do we need to make a motion on that, or is that something we just
No,
agree on?
when this gets all said and done, you'll have the expense of $65,000, and that will be able to be spent.
Great.
So bottom line, she can order a vehicle like January sometime.
She can order-
By
She can
January
order it
1st.
right now, have it, what you guys have done in the past is ordered it this year, have the delivery date January 1st.
After the first.
That's right.
Because we can pay for it after the first.
That's correct. If that's what you guys want. We've
Yeah.
always
Yes.
given permission to, we've voted and give
Correct.
permission to do that.
Correct.
That's how we've
Wait,
done
I
that.
missed that part. What? No, I really did.
So for the vehicles, for a capital expenditure, we will appropriate the money, then the sheriff comes to us and asks us whether or not we want to spend the money. We vote on it, yes, we want to spend it, the sheriff goes and orders the vehicle.
When it's time to,
But order it now, but it can't be paid for until
January first.
January 1st.
So
It
you
takes
could-
like 6 months, doesn't it take like 4 months to get it at least? Depends.
we
Okay.
don't have
Anyway.
any for, yeah, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
I don't,
So we
It's something you can look into and at least figure out when the delivery date is, and then we can just go from there.
So we're done here then, this is taken care of then, no motion or nothing like that? Alright. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, on another note, for the budget, I don't know if you guys were wanting this in the budget or whatever, but the software for the county. We did reach out to Software Innovations again for a presentation for you guys. They have not responded. We were out in conferences and both CPT and Tyler were out there. There was discussion out there about legislation or legislators wanting the whole state to be on the same software. If they don't know how far they're going to take that, that's could be just talk, but the majority of the state is on Tyler. So then there's another situation to kind of put in the radar too. If we're already on Tyler, we would already be on Tyler. CPT does have some changes that they would need to make to their program to fit our parcel numbers. And when we were out there, we did say, we're still in the market, but they said that they would need to know, like now, if we are going to go with CPT, because they would have to make some changes to their program and they would need at least this much time.
That's the DOS one, right?
No.
Right. Yes.
Okay, no, I would not support a DOS program because you're not moving forward at all.
And the difference
It's-
is what is their quote, how much is it?
I'm getting that for you right here.
Okay, 80,000?
Because I know.
Oh, no.
No.
So for a 10-year, if you figure 10-year software, the cost for the Tyler Technologies, $185,000
Correct.
initial, $300,000 for fees over those 10 years, $485,000 for CPT, $65,000 of initial software, $12,000 a month, a year for fees, $209,000. So you're talking $209,000 compared to $485,000 over 10 years.
So then we would have to be looking at Travis's fees to put into the IT budget or whatever for next year. And
First, I don't support the DOS. I don't support going from a DOS program to another DOS program when DOS programs are pretty much obsolete.
Wasn't CPT more per year than Tyler?
CPT was $33,000 a year with going up 5% each year.
And that did include the hosting fees, I believe, there.
Is there anything else in there we don't know about? With CP, is there anything else?
That was just off the figures they sent
I know,
us
I'm just saying.
last meeting.
Yeah.
So the purpose of the software is to assist with the
You went to your
process. It isn't supposed to be the brains behind the process. The brains behind the process is the people that hold the position.
Amberly wasn't done with her portion of the budget yet.
Sorry.
We eagerly jumped ahead.
Oh, I thought you said she only had one thing.
well, I didn't know who was covering this one. Would it be, what would you guys think of putting Annie on a 40-hour work week and having them 2.5 hours work for the sheriff's office?
What's she on now?
37.
She's on 37 and a half. So
Go ahead.
I guess Annie's been doing a lot of work for the sheriff's department, and she knows how much work she's been doing. I don't know exactly how much work she's been doing, but the sheriff's department hasn't had an assistant for quite a while. The thought is to compensate Annie for 2.5 hours a week for doing that. I think she's probably already doing it. Annie doesn't take much of a lunch, if any lunch, and the thought was just to put her on a half an hour lunch and keep her here the same hours from 8 until 4:30, but to give her half an hour lunch and cover those 2.5 hours every week. I think she's already doing the work for the sheriff's department and taking a half-hour lunch anyway, so it's probably would be just compensating her for work that she's already doing.
So how much extra would that be? What is her?
I never figured that out, did you?
Well, I mean, just rough ballpark figures, about $50 in salary,
Yeah,
and about
$50 a week, I guess.
about another 25 in benefits. So it'd probably about
$75 a week?
$75 a week.
Yeah,
I mean, that's rough ballpark stuff.
I'm for it.
I mean, it doesn't.
It
It's
gets the work done.
It's
and
like
it saves
$1,000
from higher than
a
her.
year.
You guys both need the help, so.
So I think I think it's a good compromise between
Yeah.
hiring someone and
So does the budget increase go to the state's attorney's office?
I would think should be attributed to the sheriff's department because they're the ones receiving the benefit from it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you add a line?
Add a line and label it.
Secretary, or do we call her
something-
assistant? We call her?
Yeah, assistant.
Yeah, it's assistant, but we don't want to label it as a salary because the benefits are already being paid on yours. So we need to add a line.
Or it can go on to the state's attorney. I don't care where it goes. Just
Well, they're all in the general fund, so it doesn't matter.
Put in the state's
It's just-
attorney then for ease of operation.
Well, yeah.
So basically, instead of the payment of 37.5, would be a payment of 40 hours then, correct? Or would that not really matter on your end?
Wouldn't matter. She'd just get, her salary would just be reflective of the 40 hours. Hourly salary. Right now, the way they do it, they divide
Take the total number divided by
the gross by 37 and a half, and it comes with the hourly salary, so we just take it times 40, so. Everybody's in favor of that?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So the software, again, is a 209,000 compared to 485,000 over 10 years.
I think that's incorrect. That's last I remember CPT was more per year than Tyler was, but Tyler was more upfront. than CPT.
Tyler is 20,000 a
So,
year,
for 10-year, Tyler was
afterwards.
cheaper.
and then CPT was 33, and then Tyler was 185,
185 or 189, I can't remember.
and then
CBT was like what, 66 or 67?
Look.
$186,372 is the total.
For Tyler,
For Tyler, yep.
upfront.
186, what?
No, so the whole contract total with Tyler would be $186,372. The recurring fees upfront, like the one-time fees, is $165,736, and the recurring fees each year would be $20,636.
Oh, so the 186 is the total.
That's just for
Wasn't
like,
that last meeting?
the one-time fees. So that would be like just for
Or
this year.
was it a supplement to
And next
this?
year would be the
Is it in the meeting
20,000.
packet?
Yep.
It's in the meeting
That's to
packet?
get us converted, to get us set up, to do any training,
Okay, so
that would be
20, almost like 20,000 what?
20,636 would be the yearly fee. But the upfront fees, like, to
And
get
then-
us started is that 165.
Okay, and then what's it on the other one?
I don't know the other one.
That's software innovations. If you keep going, this is the CPT.
CPT is here.
Yep.
Where's Tyler?
Right here.
Yeah.
10.
haven't gotten anything yet, but we will have to put in for Kelly's fees this year, which will go up quite a bit since a lot of those people have transferred over to Tyler or are transferring. So I know he said pretty soon he's gonna give us
He said by the end of this week, I think he was gonna have them.
so we'll have an additional total for Kelly's, so we'll have to pay that.
So we don't even have a total overall cost for Tyler here.
For Tyler is
186, 372, and then the 20 year by 10 years is the total number for all of it was 392,
And then
732.
Total, Josh, total?
390. So what I took is I took the total number of the installation, and then
Yep.
the yearly times it by 10, which was 200 and some thousand, like 206.36 or whatever, and then I added the Tyler on top of that, the total, the installation, and it was 392,732 is what I got. Now if I calculated that wrong, I apologize, but I think I did
The
better.
186 includes that $20,000 fee for the first year,
Yep.
is that correct?
The 186 is included.
So I can minus 20 off of that though.
Yep.
Or take the 20,000 to 36 times 9, forget a 10-year average of it.
$372.
Okay.
372.96. That'd be nice to know what that DOS is in the program. That way we calculate it out.
So we're looking at basically double for Tyler versus CP, correct?
No,
Is that-
CPT would be more in the 10-year, if I remember right, when we were calculating.
Oh, look here.
The stuff I have, it looks out to be double, but
So you run that by me, so,
So if I recall correctly, when I was in the meetings with Samantha and Maddie, the CPT was less upfront, but a 10-year was gonna be more. And I believe that put CPT at their yearly fee was more. It was like 30.
it was
something.
33,000.
And then you
Where's
also
that?
have to buy an either host from them, rental space for the server, or buy your own server.
Okay.
At that time, I guess we never, because it's a specialty one, it's IBM 400.
oh, great.
It's not, it's
When
very
I
proprietary,
asked
it's
them.
not, it's used still, but it's usually in the large financial markets, where high reliability, you're paying a lot of money for making sure stuff works 100% of the time,
so the yearly costs on CPT are not higher. They do it by the month.
There was something about us. I remember asking them how much it would be per year for Griggs County, and it was
So for the
33,000.
real estate would be approximately 13,000. The integrated financial system would be approximately 3,000, and the payroll system would be 3,000.
Because you're buying each individual module, right?
That's yearly.
Mo-
No, these are the yearly. These
Yearly.
are the monthly costs
Yeah.
converted to yearly.
Yeah.
And then the monthly support for the I-Series hosting is 800, so that would be 9,600. So then we get 15,600.
Yearly?
So Travis is pretty correct. It's 28,600
For a year?
per year, and with a 60, and then so 28,600
Times
is
10.
is a yearly
Times 9, times 10 again.
times 10 if you want, yeah.
Yeah.
And the initial cost up front is 18.
60,000?
I thought it was like 66.
You can use, just for ballpark figures use 58,000.
Okay.
The total would be $2,750 per month for $33 per year for maintenance in addition to the purchase of the installation cost.
Yeah, that's here.
Yeah.
That's in the monthly support.
Okay.
It's here.
Yep.
So it's $800, $249, and $1114 for the monthly support in the real estate.
36 plus 53.
So we can get Josh.
total?
Give me a second here.
Well, the 28 doesn't take into account the 5% increase every year. Too.
Correct.
CPT has a stated increase.
Really?
Well, I mean, they're
Tyler,
both gonna,
they'll probably go up. What they'll go up for sure. It's,
yeah. To compare.
CPT is the one that has told us that they're gonna go up 5% each year.
Tyler will.
So
Yeah.
I guess has Tyler.
without the 5% increase, we're at 291,800. So that's a total difference.
291,800 and what?
$291,800.
And what's the other one? 390.
372.
372?
Because that first year was included in that installation.
Well, either way, then we've got to put this out on bids.
It's a 80,000.
I think we did. These are the-
296.
No, they're not. These are not. This doesn't qualify as a bid. In order to put it on bids, you have to advertise it so everybody can get in. If we don't have one that's lower price than this, it's got to go on bids.
These are the options, I believe. You wouldn't got these options, right? I
That's
think
not
we-
the way it works. You have to put it out, that's why you put it in the paper, that's why you make it a public offering. These might be the only two options, but you don't know. It only takes 2 weeks to do it. We'll have to put the money, just like we do with the road graders. We'll have to appropriate the money, and then we'll have to award after the bids.
Next question, how are we gonna pay for it?
That's the point. So the upfront costs in the Tyler are way higher. That would have to be incorporated into, of course, the yearly is each budget going forward, 10, 10, 10, 10. The upfront costs are and Tyler would have to be in.
And then these are the, no, okay, so here's the total of Tyler.
Yep.
Here's a total of that.
291.
Yep, and then
80
that,
difference.
80 difference, but like you said, there's a 5-year, 5% increase.
No, you can't take their word for it, and Tyler's not gonna do it. You have to only go with what you have in front of you.
Has been pretty.
So
minimal
80,000
for all the
difference,
software
basically.
we have.
You have to use the numbers we have in front of us.
And CPT's put the 5% in, as a for sure.
They don't have it on here. So we're talking $185,000 into this year's budget compared to $68,000.
I feel Sam has done the research enough as to the software that is out there available for counties to use for this, so I don't feel we need to do a bid. I think we have what we have right now, and we could move forward with the two
Because
options.
we've reached
that
out
we
to
can-
3 different ones.
I've reached out to even outside
Four, yeah.
outside
Minnesota.
agencies have contacted
We've
me.
done the legwork, we've
Right.
done so much legwork, and I'm not sure why we're just taking our time
Right.
with this. When we were at conference, every single person in that room had software and knew what they were doing except for us, and they're like, are you serious, you still haven't? And they're like,
Right.
oh, it's gonna take us this long,
Right.
we're doing this, and it's just, I'm not sure why we're delaying this so much.
Right.
That's my
I'm,
biggest question is why
I'm-
are we
I can answer
taking
the
so
question
long?
for you. What benefit is this to the taxpayer? That's what we're here for. Listen now.
to run the business.
That's what we're here for. We are here to shepherd the taxpayer's dollars. Always the question is this dollar benefiting the taxpayer? If so, then then we should go forward. If not, then we should not. And this is not a business as in the sense where we save the dollar and now we can pass that on to the shareholders. If that's the case, then we should be combining things and using the software to make it more efficient. We should be getting rid of employees then. We're not going to do that, of course. So, all questions concerning the budget the question has to be answered, what is the benefit to the taxpayer? How did this dollar benefit the taxpayer? If it didn't, why did we take the dollar from the taxpayer? So it doesn't matter if you have a convention with a whole bunch of bureaucrats out there, they don't matter. What matters is the benefit to the taxpayer.
But what I'm also asking on top of that is that going to make your job easier to do? Because if it makes their job easier to do and more timely, it is more beneficial to the taxpayer.
Explain.
Agreed.
No, explain. Keep going. Keep explaining.
Because if it's longer, they have more trouble with the DOS system
explain how it's a benefit to the taxpayer if Sam is gonna be here for 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
And we don't make any better use of her time.
What
How
if she's
did
long,
that
here
benefit the
longer though?
taxpayer?
What if she has issues with the software and she's here longer? Or what
She's
what
not.
if
Okay, what we're running into right now, this is the problem that we're running into. If we wait, Dakota Programs is no longer a thing.
When is
Hold
it
on.
done? Yeah, keep going. When is it
Okay,
done total?
December of 2025, Dakota Programs is done.
We got a year and a half.
They are not making any changes to the program right now. So we already have legislative changes that were made. They're not making them. So now Maddie and I have to go through and we have to figure out how we're going to manually do this so that the tax statements are correct. That's only going to make our job and the citizens frustrated because we don't have the information on their tax statement that should be on their tax statement. That is a disservice to the citizens to not have that. That then puts us at risk because we are not doing our job the way that we are supposed to. I was elected to do this position. I need to do it the way that it is supposed to be done. If I don't have the software to do my job, I can't do my job. This software gets me my tax statements. I do levies. I do, Maddie does tax receipts. Everything goes through Dakota Programs. One thing that we were thinking with CPT that citizens are not going to enjoy is they don't have the 14 character parcel number. A lot of people know their parcel number. If we go and change their parcel number, they're going to be ticked off. We've taken in the consideration of the taxpayers. We want them to have every single, this is a seamless transition from one to the next. We need this software. We need to get in line. I need software to do my job. And if it is getting pushed and pushed and pushed, we're not going to get in time. We're not going to get it converted. And then we're going to have a goddamn mess because Dakota Programs, they're not helping us. They're gone. They're done. They're not going to help us do the transition. They're not. If there's a glitch in here and we're trying to get it over here, well, I don't have that information for you. And I really don't want to have to tell a citizen I don't have that information because we didn't switch over.
Can I add another, and I don't know if you are aware of this also, but the recorder's office also relies on this software. So when we get deeds that come in, we make sure that the document meets our requirements. We hand that document off to the auditor's office. The auditor's office then goes to the treasurer's office, checks the parcel number, checks to make sure taxes are paid. That program also contains all of the history of all of the payments, who owns what. Yes, all of those records are kept with us. But if Jamie were to come in and say, hey, I need a copy of my deed, I'll say, do you know the legal description? I don't. And there's a lot of people that don't. I mean, I can't tell you my lots and blocks. I know where I live, but I don't know where my lots and blocks are. So we send them down there because they can go by name, and they pull it up, they bring it back to us. We can search by name also, but it's a much quicker system, especially for people that own a lot of land. Because when we put a name in, it pulls up every single document that has their name. So it could take us, we're going through years and years and years and years to find that. So it's not just, parcels and tax and payroll. That is, along with our records, those are the guts to the county. And you have to have those parcel numbers that she has on there, she gives to us. We enter those parcel numbers. We haven't really discussed yet if you have to make a parcel number change, what that does to all of our records, But it's not just for having a receipt and things like that. Like, that program is your heart of the county. If they were to lose that, it's addresses, history, it's so much more to that program. The tax director uses that same program. As a former tax director, I was in that same program for a long time. It's DOS. DOS are just, and I know because we have a child support program that is still a DOS, and I know it's astronomical to get anything fixed in the IT world with that. But I just wanted you to know it's more than just a receipt or payroll or levies. It is the heart of our county. It holds that information. So that's the part that, with whatever you go with, that does benefit every taxpayer. Every single person in here it contains your information, as do our records, but there's just so much to that program than what we've ever discussed in here.
I feel comfortable moving on and making a decision and choosing the software.
We do have ARPA funds available if that does help. I know other counties, I did ask, and a lot of the other counties did use their ARPA funds to help with the price tag.
Are you guys ready for motion? I'm ready for motion.
Oh, we're not ready. The discussion is still going on.
Yeah, but
That's the discussion. So right now is, we're talking about 185,000
Mhm.
into this year's budget compared to
Mhm.
68,000 in this year's budget. And
But we need to choose
the
software.
the DOS issue is not really an issue unless you're talking about graphics.
It's-
That's where DOS.
That's not true. You've got two department heads that are making a recommendation for you. As an IT vendor, my recommendation is go with Tyler as well.
Well, of course, your recommendation is because every piece of equipment that gets sold requires more upkeep. Now,
I
again,
don't
we,
preach that instinct.
where are we going to get the money to do this? That's what this amounts to. And there's ARPA funds, there's $60,000 in there, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So that still leaves us with 60 minus 20, so that still leaves us $136,000.
Or nothing.
And I suppose there's no money nowhere else, no funds.
There's COVID funds, but I don't think that you
No.
could use them for that.
Because we're
no.
using them for the Meals on Wheels, correct?
No.
They're not designated to anything.
No,
They're
not.
just COVID funds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sitting there.
Unless there's something different, Jamie, that you know of that COVID funds could be used for this, but I don't think so. And I asked out there if any of them have used it, and they said no, so I don't.
It has to be something related to, or caused by or related from COVID. And I just don't, I've looked at that over and over and over again. I don't see how that can be done.
Yeah.
The ARPA fund certainly can.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, ARPA can, but I don't know if COVID can.
The CARES Act and all them. I don't think
No,
so.
I don't. Completely different subset. Keeping in mind, we're still $287,000 over what we were last year too.
Your department wouldn't do anything.
Come for handouts.
It needs to be done. Software needs to be done. May just need to go in the bottom number for tax for the budget.
But either one, both of them are used within the state of North Dakota. Both of them will do what we need to do.
the majority of people going with Tyler, correct?
The majority of the state is with Tyler. Not going with Tyler, is with Tyler right now.
So like two counties or something like that?
But the
Three
rest
counties?
of the counties that, for Dakota programs, went with Tyler. One of the other counties didn't. So there was only one of the 17 of us that didn't go with Tyler. Like I said before, the other thing that was talked about is the legislators do want us all on the same. That's kind of a. It's not a thing right now. It's totally not a thing right now.
This isn't
It's
a-
just a
Right, and this is something that isn't, for next year's budget, we're not gonna have the same $136,000 additional expense in the budget for the software. It's a one-time set fee. It's unfortunate, but that's That's the way it's gonna. That's the way it is when you change software anywhere. Is a big setup fee. But again, I'm for sticking with Tyler, and I feel confident moving forward.
What would that, you said we're what, 286 higher, so then we would be adding another 136,000 onto that,
Mm-hmm.
which is 400 and
About 413.
413.
Mm-hmm.
So what would that do to all the taxpayers? How much would that raise it by then?
You don't know until we know what the mills are.
No, you know, the mills is just converts, just gives you a number to convert how many dollars. It would
Each
raise,
person
it would
pays
raise,
in.
it would raise people's taxes if you use last year's 1.6 million and you raise it $400,000, you would raise their taxes by 25%.
A lot of money for some people.
There's
That is correct.
there's a phone number.
And so is CPT the Cadillac of the programs? Don't know that. Is Tyler? We don't know that. If you and I are going car shopping for cars and we want to buy a Cadillac, yes, we can pay the extra money and buy the Cadillac. If we're shopping using other people's money, we should buy the same reason we should put this out on bids. We should buy what does the job at the least amount of cost to the taxpayer. That's the way the government works.
There is no bid.
Then Tyler, over the long run, would be less expensive. The CPT keeps increasing every year, 5%, and over the long run, it's gonna be more expensive.
You'll
Have a higher yearly fee from CPT.
There is no guarantee that either one of them are going to increase or decrease. All you can use is what you have in front of you right now. And there's no increase or decrease to this. If you want to get into discussion, I suggest you run for county commissioner. This is discussed amongst us. We're the ones that are gonna have to make this decision. We're gonna have to be the ones that are gonna have to bear the brunt of what the decision is.
Do you value his opinion on it?
I do very much value his
I would like
opinion.
you guys to take a little bit of our consideration, or take our stuff into consideration, because we are the ones who use the program every day. It's the first thing, besides my email that I open up. We use it to do our daily balance. We use it to receipt taxes. We use it if the recorder's office needs a legal description. People call and ask, when was this paid? We use it every single day.
And this
There's
one's
never a day that I could come into this office and not use it.
And this one's website friendly to
Yes.
where it's 2025. Nobody wants paper. Nobody wants to mail things. Everybody wants, I want to go online and look things up, except for John. He still likes the paper. But everybody, I mean, the younger generation, we need to think forward what they like. And people like to be able to click on the website and have everything at your fingertips, pull out my records, make the payments, make everything. And Tyler just moves you forward with that. I mean, why am I make you guys work with old tools?
The only thing I don't like about anything like technology, it can create a vulnerability. So how secure is it, do you feel, with either one? Like security-wise, you know?
On the IT side of things, we as a company prefer having it under our responsibility, under our hat. So you have a throat to choke if something happens. Tyler Technologies, we would be responsible for all the data residing here at the courthouse on our servers, be on our backup system. It's on DNA's responsibility then to make sure that's done properly then too. CPT, they're the ones hosting it. I'm not sure what kind of guarantees or what kind of backups you can do from that, or how that all entails, or how to transition if something does happen for that. There's pros and cons both ways. They're hosting it, they're doing the system. I guess the other county that's using CPT, I think they've been on it for a while, and they just don't want to transition right now because it is working for them because they're already on it. Our concern is, we were in the meetings with them. I think it was IT manager from Cass County was asking them about what their upgrade schedule is for the next 10 years. And they were not getting off IBM 400 anytime, but they're looking at for that for stuff. So Tyler's, I guess, on a technological standpoint, they're a lot more advanced as far as what they're doing with it. From what what I've seen working with Tyler. I have not worked with CPTs. I cannot say either way on that. The stuff I worked with Tyler for the recorder's office and for the state of North Dakota court system, they're very responsive, they're very professional, and they get things done in a timely manner for that.
Another thing to think about here is the real estate to tax part is the biggest part of both these programs. It's 60–70% of the software. It's quite possible that after the first of the year, we don't have that problem anymore. There is a initiative on the ballot to do away with property taxes.
Correct.
Don't know where that's going, but with a stroke of the pen, a bunch of the money we spend for software to do property taxes will not be needed.
But people would still need to know who owns what.
But you wouldn't need all the calculations and everything else. My point is, from a taxpayer standpoint, I would much rather pay $60,000 for software than $185,000. That's all. That's me. That's the people that I represent. The people that I represent don't care whether or not it's got fancy graphs and all the rest of this stuff. All they want to know is how much do I owe and why do I have to pay it. And that's the brunt of this. If not for this silly way of taking money from people, we wouldn't even need this damn courthouse. We invented a system that we have to manage. And hopefully, if the people come to their senses and vote down the property tax, the amount of work that's done in government will decrease dramatically because there won't be a need for it. There won't be a need for all these different jobs that we go through because all the jobs we go through are for the purpose of taking money from people. If the money's coming from the state, from property, from resources that we own, every one of us own the resources in North Dakota, that will alleviate a lot of this. But anyway.
But then you have the opposite end where it could be that it doesn't pass through, and then you take the cheaper software, and then all of a sudden legislature does pass through that everybody needs to be on Tyler. So then now you're paying 68 plus whatever it does to convert to Tyler. So I mean,
if they do that, they will fund it.
If they
do that,
you don't know. So
I do know that 25% increase in taxes is not going to be thought of very kindly by the people.
What are we at
So,
for percentage right now?
How much we pay out? How much we pay right now for the next, right now?
185. 183? 185.
For what, Tyler?
To get us in line?
186,373, and that covers the first year.
Yeah.
Okay, but to get us in line, is that what you're asking?
Well, both, I'm just saying that.
To get us in line, we need like a little over 6,000. So that's what we would probably use, because we would want to do it. If you guys were like, let's do it today, we could get a hold of Tyler today and say, hey, we can use COVID funds to give you the 6,000.
ARPA.
I don't know the
ARPA.
Sorry, ARPA. The 6,000, we'd get in line, we'd be ready to go. They'd start doing whatever they can.
And I don't know
Then
about
so you
CPT.
take that 6,000
off
of the 186. Yep.
So then it'd be 180, and then.
Well, you could pay more potentially this year.
We could pay
Well,
more.
but I mean, we didn't take it off anything. It still came.
No,
up.
yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but they're just saying
It's
like.
still the money doesn't just pop out of nowhere. It still came from the taxpayers.
So I don't know what CPT would be, but they did voice that they need to know if we're going to be going with them because they do need to make some changes to their own system to accommodate the parcel number.
Rod, what do you have to say? Rod got sick of us.
He's still here.
Hey, Rod, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You still there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. No, I was just thinking. I mean, I do see both sides. And I see where the gals that are working with it, to why, well, not just the gals, but anybody that's working with it, I understand where they want. I mean, that's everybody. I mean, anybody that works with anything, you want the best. But when it comes to a taxpayer, like John says, are they going to care? You take the state of North Dakota or a city of Grand Forks or Fargo, go look at their vehicles. Look at all the pickups that run up and down the road doing the state jobs. they're Fords, they're bought on bids, they're XLs, they're just stripped down, got the cheapest interior, probably, they're not driving Platinums.
Not a good comparison.
I bought a dump truck from the city of Grand Forks on an auction. It doesn't have a radio, it doesn't have air conditioning, but it got the job done for them. So, they're paying with taxpayers' money. They're trying, so they're not buying the. I go back to, if you want to talk about vehicles, do you remember when Paul Henriksen drove that Blazer around town that had that fancy conversion kit in it? And do you remember how upset everybody was? People in town were irate, wondering why he had that. I don't know. I don't know. I do see it. I do understand why the graphs. I'm not a computer person.
Right. It's hard.
So I do understand. I had hired men, and they always wanted the best of everything. But at the end of the day, when you come down to the dollar and cents of it, trying to do what made sense, it didn't always make sense to buy the best of everything. So I don't know. Well, if we're going to add 25% into taxes and then take another 200 and some thousand, what is that number? Where are we at with that?
I'd like to figure it, but I can't find that spreadsheet. Remember that
Well,
spreadsheet
that's
Linda
what
sent
I'm
us? That
kinda
we were
figuring
able
out
to
right
plug
now.
in the numbers and it'll tell you what exactly the increase would be?
Well, you don't need that.
Yeah.
What's that?
If you're paying 1.6 now, and you increase it by $400,000, that's 25%. That's just, that, you don't need a spreadsheet. You
What was
increase
a
the
nice
taxes
little
by.
spreadsheet to be able to put the numbers in?
Because we're looking at right now probably like a 15 to 20% tax increase as it is.
Yeah.
And that's detrimental, and that just doesn't affect everybody who pays taxes. That affects. Sad thing is that also affects business owners. They got to raise their costs and everything else. That's where it really hurts them, because it's not just the property tax. Because you pay that on a business. Businesses got to raise their cost to cover their tax portion and everything else, and that raises the cost of groceries, and that raises, somebody selling parts, that raises parts and everything else, and everything's high as it is. So I mean, it just makes it more detrimental on that end also. So that's the unfortunate thing behind it.
I don't have any dispute that Sam is right, that we need to move forward. But my dispute or our thought process is do we need the best? Especially if, like a stroke of a pen, it could go away. I hope it does. We have no guarantee.
Right.
But that would eliminate a tremendous amount of bureaucracy.
No, that can't be counted on either way. That's.
No.
But it is
That's what
it is a
situation.
possibility.
I just don't think you should be making budget decisions on a vote that hasn't happened yet.
Agreed.
It is
I
it's a very
agree.
possible decision, but
Yeah.
I think it's something that really should not affect your budgeting
So we're
process.
making budget decisions based on which is the best company. And we haven't used either one of them, and we're deciding that one is better than the other,
Right,
based
'cause
on
we've
performance.
done-
Based on
we've done the
performance.
training, we've watched the videos, we've done the hours of research.
Yeah.
We have, you guys have not. We're trying to come to you to say, this is what we've decided, this is what we think would be best for us. Yeah, Tyler may be the best, because we could show you how many people are using Tyler right now. When we got in our little groups at convention with our auditors and treasurers, over half the room, there was this huge table of Tylers over there. And we've got us little Dakota programs, a couple people over here on their own server, or on their own system, another over here, but those people were going with Tyler. We knew some of them were moving over too.
Why would
Same
we
with
want to be
us.
with the rest what everybody
And that
else is
helps
going
us
with?
too in a way,
Mhm.
the surrounding people, like I know Nelson was a big one we talked to, and they went with Tyler, and he said one of his big arguments was, I'm gonna have people surrounding me that I can go to for help. I could plug an email to my treasurers, my auditors, hey guys, I'm having this issue, instead of having to go to Tyler and pay money, or if you're emailing, I don't know how that works, but it's nice to have a little community to be able to speak to other counties, and it's helpful for us. That was a big thing for us, is a lot of people, we get emails all the time about Dakota programs. Hey, I'm having an issue with this, what did you guys do? It's
We've
just
taken a
nice.
system that was so easy and to be done with a pen and an adding machine, and we've made it so complex that now
Thank
you
goodness
can't.
we don't have that anymore. Thank
And
goodness
so
we
that
have
you can, so
software.
that
We're
we've
never
made
gonna
it
go
so
back to that, John,
we've
so
made it
please
so
stop bringing that
complex,
up.
we've made it so
We're never
complex,
gonna go back to pen
that-
and paper, so please stop bringing it up.
we've made it so
It's
complex
irrelevant.
that you
Absolutely
don't, that the
irrelevant.
people in charge don't even know how to figure the fundamentals. Could you tell me how you would go about figuring what the mill levy is? Could you write that down on a piece of paper, how I could do that? Maybe you can.
Sam does levies. I don't do
Can,
levies.
can you do all the jobs that the treasurer does? Can you explain it to me without having a computer to do it? And of course, the answer is no. So we never know if there's a mistake being made because the fundamentals of doing the job have been farmed out to the program. And that is not the way it's supposed to happen. The people running the program are supposed to have knowledge. The program is supposed to help you do your job, not
Right.
to do your job.
I agree.
Yeah, and I can show you exactly how to do it. I can go grab the books out of the old courthouse, and it is simple as simple can be. You write them down, you get to the end, you total them up, everything comes together. It's a very simple process. So maybe we're not going back, and maybe we shouldn't go back, but we certainly should understand the numbers we're inputting and what that means when we input those, and right now we don't.
No,
Based on
can't
what
really
it is.
say that. I mean, who can you say we don't?
I mean, that's
That's kind of
very
rude.
insulting.
Well,
to the
I'll tell you what,
elected
I'll put together a list of questions, and next time, and we can sit down and we can figure at the table, and I'll prove to you that we don't know how to do it
What are you
without the
trying to do
computer.
with that?
That's
though?
irrelevant to the talking of the software discussion.
The relevance is that we don't need a very complex system to do the whole job. We need a complex system to gather the data and spit out a number, and we need the people that input in it in order to determine whether or not that data was gathered correctly, and the number it comes out correct. It's no different than us doing these budgets. It's nice to have the computer to do it, but it can be done by hand. It was forever. So all this stuff was easy. If you look at the mill levies, if you look at they did it so it was ease of mind. So you move the decimal point 2 places. They used multiples of 10 and multiples of 20 when you're figuring all this stuff. You move the decimal 2 places, now you've got your number. If it's multiple of 20, then you take it times 2. It's all simply, easily done. It's technology that was started over 100 years ago. All this program does is just puts it into one central location. It doesn't do anything new that couldn't be done before, and that's
We
my
would need a lot more employees, because everything used to be handwritten in the old recorder's books too, and you would need a lot more people to do everything by hand.
And the requirement, the paperwork that was required back then in my business to what it is now, it's like they add more. I mean, it's like they don't ever add less.
So that's the point. As we rely more and more on technology, we rely less and less on the basics of how this is supposed to be done. That's my point. And that's just
People
natural to
still
have
learn
that.
it.
That's natural to have that happen. The same reason people can't add in their head anymore. I'm one of them because I use a calculator. But the principles of this are tried and true and in place forever and won't change going forward. The basics of computing taxes are the same now and they will be the same in the future.
We're in the total computer era, my friend. Yes.
Well, right now, we're in the era of deciding how much money we are going to forcibly take from the citizens. So let's keep that in the main objective. Whether we like it, whether we like the program or whatever it might be, it still comes down to the citizens like it.
Well, it's higher now, but less in the years to come. I mean, it's like, how do you want to do it? Less and more, or more now and less later? I mean, it's just...
The only issue is on top of everything is just a simple fact of, and I'm not trying to argue against you, it's just the average cost of living is so much higher now. So that hits everybody. So now we're adding another cost, and I'm not advocating to go with each one. I'm just looking at it as a standpoint that either way it's a hit on them, and they have other additional costs added to them. That's such a dramatic hit right now due to the economy, cost of living, everything else is so much higher. So to turn around and add more onto there is a lot for a lot of people. And I'm not advocating to do it or not do it. I'm just saying that that's also what we have to consider because that's a very, very important factor in a very small community like ours. So because the simple fact of it is just that dollar amount, it affects every business, it affects every homeowner, it affects any taxpayer, anybody who pays taxes in this county, anybody who drives to this county. It affects their costs, it affects their checkbook, it affects everything, and it sucks. And I mean, I hate to be that guy that say that, but it's true. And you know, I mean, look at the average cost right now living. It's up what, 3%?
It's at 3.2%.
No. Overall, in the last 4 or 5 years, what is it? It's increased. It's increased like 30%,
Yes.
and that is where, you know, our cost of living has gone up, but the wages and everything else to meet that haven't. So you turn around and add more and more tax on top of that. That adds more and more cost of living for the businesses and everything else to raise their prices. And then the people who don't have those costs increase, it affects them. And it's just not the county employees. It's everybody who lives in this county. It's everybody who drives through this county, spends money in this county, everything else. So that's another factor that we have to look at. It's basic economics is what it is. And it sucks. And that's, I mean, it's a part of life that we have to deal with. And I mean, as somebody who has a newborn baby at home,
It's unfortunate.
and remodeling my
plan for
house
this.
and everything on top of that, all these costs are piling up, and it makes it very, very, very difficult on top of that.
But in
So how many
defense, for
taxpayers
them,
we
they
have
did bring it.
overall?
Right.
They did bring this can has been
About
kicked
750.
down.
No, and I know,
And
I
we
know,
kicked the
I
can
know
too
it has.
far, and it's our own
No,
fault.
yeah, I know.
So why are we going to
I don't
deprive
No,
getting the
no,
good
you guys are right.
software?
And like I said, I'm not advocating for either one. I'm just
Right.
saying that
I have,
since it's been put off and everything else, when it should have been addressed
1,200
before.
active voters in
Right.
Griggs County, that means that they
Yeah,
have
it-
Those are
just-
taxpayers.
it's grown into this monster that
everything's hitting all at once,
You
and
have
it
to be a
doesn't help.
taxpayer to vote.
Right.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
it seems like it's been that every year.
Yeah.
It's something, and it's unfortunate because it's not a decision that they made, right? You know, they, it's the hand they're dealt.
mm-hmm. You could have
16
done,
other counties had to make this same decision.
Yeah.
And it's,
And they
their
made
cost
it-
could have been more, could have been less, you know, just depending on their population, their size and how everything works, but 16 other counties made this decision. I know one county had a really tough time, but they finally realized, like, it's what they need. This is what, it does benefit the citizens 100%. It does. And we're trying to, yes, it's more upfront again, but then it's cheaper each year. Yes, they could have costs, but we already know CPT said 100%. Each year they're gonna add that 5%. We already know that. They've guaranteed that.
yeah.
And by paying the 185 up front, of course, the ability to walk away from it 2 or 3 years down the road is diminished, because now you have that huge investment you're gonna walk away from. If you have a smaller investment, $60,000, it's easier to walk away from that.
So how about
Walk
this
away from
then?
the
If we're kind of, you know,
185.
kind of looking at, like, I know we're not counting on it, but like the future election deal, the deal, is there any way we can reach out to the state and say, okay, let's say we go with this and you want us to upgrade, is there gonna be any type of
No,
funding?
they won't say anything because they're not even saying that they're like, it's just been talked about that,
Okay.
you know, legislators have said that they want everybody on the same, whether that's a thing, you know, it hasn't been.
I know, but I mean, it's just kind of crap that they said, hey, you're gonna pay for this, we want you on this, you have to upgrade, too bad.
Mm.
And I'm not saying that's gonna happen, I'm not, but I'm just saying that that's another hit that's unfair to the taxpayers.
You can try to justify it any way you want, but the final justification comes by looking taxpayer in the eye and saying, yes, I spent the money because it benefited you to have the luxury system rather than the one that we didn't have to raise your value at all. We've got $60,000 in ARPA funds, we can do it. It wouldn't affect our budget at all. Of course I know how I feel about it. It's how do you guys feel about it? Can you justify that? The taxpayer will say, well, am I still going to get my tax? Yeah, you'll get your taxes. Well, I don't want my taxes anyway, but the average taxpayer doesn't care if we have to lick the stamps, lick the envelopes and stuff them into the damn envelope. The majority of the taxpayers don't care.
I don't know, you can speak for them, but.
Well, and that's the thing, I've talked to both, and both,
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is I'm in the middle of this because I see both sides of it. I see what it's gonna do, and I've talked to both sides on how they feel about taxes going up and down and everything else and what needs to be done. So it's very difficult. I have people coming up to me, yeah, you know, you need it, go get it. I get it, why the cost of living, but then I have other people calling me saying, I don't want my taxes to go up $1 because I have all these expenses, here's what's going on, everything else.
Yeah. Let's face it, government isn't very popular with the population.
No.
And that's the nature of it. It doesn't matter if it's the federal government, the state government, or the local government. It's not very popular. No one believes that any one of those entities are overworked, even if they are. And no one believes that they should be given something that would make their life easier. Maybe they should be, but the public doesn't believe that. And that's the situation we're in. And I don't know any way to get around that. If someone asked me why you spent $185,000 when you could have spent $65, I don't know how to answer that.
But in the long run, it comes out to only $80,000 difference, correct? In over 10 years, correct?
33,000.
Yeah. Or at the end of 10 years, that's the difference.
What you're thinking with that 5% increase?
Well, I mean, we're
without
taking
the 5% increase.
taking a bunch of things in.
Without
I'm
it,
just
it's
saying, look
80,000.
at the total long-term thing on this.
I mean, we only do 1 year at a time.
Yeah, I know.
And that's all we can do. And it's $185,000 under this year's budget or nothing. That's the basics of it. And that's on top of 287,000 that we're already way over and haven't even talked about that yet. When's this due?
You guys approve your preliminary budget at your next meeting.
Yep.
Those are in a way start going, can we push this off till next meeting until we go?
We may have to have another meeting in between this one and the next meeting, just to go over just to finish the budget.
We haven't even done anything on the budget.
No, that's what I mean.
So,
Printed it.
Yeah, but I mean, nothing's finalized. No.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some of those, like you said, the major cost increases are stuff that's out of our hands, and we have to deal with it.
Well, I mean, there's nothing out of our hands.
No, but like,
there's nothing that's out of our hands.
Sorry, I'm talking to Travis. We're good.
I mean, theoretically, we could approve this budget and it's done. Theoretically, you could go through and you could eliminate $1 million worth of expense here. There's only a few offices that are mandatory for running our county government.
mm-hmm. But I know there's some offices too where a lot of people said it's really beneficiary to have them.
The point is, we're not tied into anything. We can, other than we have to have the 4 elected positions. And of course, every position, every office has its opponents and its people that are against it. It just comes down to majority. And every citizen wants their program saved and somebody else is cut. Nature of the beast.
I wish I had a computer.
The one thing I think about is that, as far as representing the county, the people of the county, is that the people, and it's just unfortunate timing. But look at we got these specials, look what it's raised. And those are people that are on fixed income. We just talked an hour ago about how expensive the insurance is for us as a county. Well, how many people are paying that, their insurance. Yeah, because the insurance has just gone up through the, across the board for everyone. And then you take the cost of living, groceries, and take in anybody with any kind of a medical. The paycheck only goes so far, especially if you're on a fixed income.
And the specials are going up again next year.
I know it.
For the next
In town here or what?
Yeah, for the next 2 years, they're about half again as high as they were this year again, and then they'll go down to double what they were, but. There's a very good example of elected officials not paying attention to the public. Where's the general fund?
All of the B. Oh, the
The
general now?
breakout, yeah.
Okay,
I should know that.
no, you're good. Don't look at that page number. I don't know if that's right. General expenses B15.
What is it?
B15.
Yeah. It was almost there. Yeah, there we go. Really are no increases in the general expenses whatsoever. Actually, it went down a little bit.
Yep. My election is not
Yeah,
in there.
election's not in there, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're not gonna do anything there. I'll go to the E-funds and we'll look at them and get that all done.
Mm-hmm.
Sam?
Yep.
Let's go to the E-funds and get that done. Just go, that's easy to go through that
Mhm.
and cross that off.
Yep. So the health district, they didn't want an increase in levy, so I just put the 33,000 in
The who?
there. The Griggs Nelson Health District.
Right, yep.
Yep. So I just put the 33,000 in there again. Historical
Historical.
Society. Like I said, these are my best guesses. I just put numbers in there. If you want me to put a higher number or a lower number, you just let me know.
No, that's fine.
But Historical Society, I just put the 7,000 in there.
We fixed the senior citizens.
Yep, we did.
Fair, same thing.
Yep,
JDA is gone.
JDA is gone.
Water management,
They don't want to levy this year again.
good. Ambulance,
Ambulance, they get the 1 mil.
yep.
So I just put in the 24,000.
Is it 1 till 25?
Do you want me to put it in 25?
I don't know. I can't grab the slide.
I don't think our mill value is gonna go down any.
No, it won't go down. It can't with the structure of it.
Thoughts? Do you put in?
They get this one and they get the state emergency another mill. So then they would get this one plus the other mill.
So we at which page you on?
You can go up to 10 mills for the ambulance.
Well, the ambulance gets
I
a
did.
meal from us, but, so she said she put in here 1 mil. She won $1,000 saying it was 1 mil, but the actual mill value of it right now is 25 instead of 24, right? Or 23. Last year she did the budget at 23 because we didn't know what it was going to be, but then it went up 2. So that's my only question. I mean, I'm fine with it at 24. I mean, but I see what you were saying earlier that, you know, it's hard to tell what to put in there when that's.
Right. So if you estimate higher, it's going to break me off at the max. Like I can't go over that.
Right.
But then it does make it hard if you guys are looking at that bottom number because we are going to have to increase, you know.
It would increase it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, what I'm estimating a mill for Griggs County is 25,204,065. That's what a taxable value is at the moment.
25,000.
25,204. So a mill would bring in 25,204.
We can leave it where it is, but.
Wayne.
Yes.
You can take that.
Okay, thanks.
I've got a good plan there and
I talked
Wednesday,
to,
Thursday, I'll talk to them.
talked to the gal.
Would you like me to increase that one?
Can I
What's that?
The ambulance.
pay this?
Oh,
From 24,000 to 25,000, 26,000, what would you like me to put there?
Well, how did they come in this year? So far, are they above, over, under? Doesn't really matter.
They get a set
I
mill.
just don't know anymore. I'll talk to them.
So, but
Wednesday,
so they're supposed to get 1 mill.
have information
Okay.
for-
But I don't know what a mill is gonna be worth.
I see.
So you're estimating.
I see what you're
So they
saying.
came in low last year. So then it just depends on what, I mean, it's going to, like I
mean, we
said,
could set it
it's,
at 25. I mean, I don't think that $1,000 is really gonna make that much of a detrimental difference. Is it?
It just affects our bottom number.
so when
Yeah.
when you're looking at that comparison page, it's going to show that I increased it.
You're gonna increase the mill so it's gonna reflect
The 1,000.
the total number. That I see what you're saying.
I can, like,
let me explain it. This
We'll
is,
just
this
leave it.
isn't an individual budget item on whether or not we increase the mills. If we determine the value of the mill, then we have to propagate that across the whole budget. So right now, she's using the same value as last year.
this year, what a mill is worth right now.
Right.
Yep,
If you want to leave more room, then you would raise the value of the mill across the budget. That would raise some of these values, some of the taxable value of some of these would
Yes.
come up, and or the levy amount would come up. The dollar amount, levy amount would come up. And the reason that you can't leave it until you have to become pretty close. Because say the mill levy came in, the value of a mill came in at 26,000, and we have it at 24. We can't raise that up.
right.
The
Yeah,
way
like
the-
last year, we were estimating a mill would be 22,000, and then it went up to 25,000. So all of these entities did get decreased because we were estimating a mill to be lower than what it was.
That's right.
Yep.
They didn't get the full 25,000 mil. They got what we had in the paperwork.
Correct.
Because we underestimated what the mill value would be.
Correct.
Because we're actually not supposed to levy by mill, we're supposed to levy by dollar.
Correct.
And we've used, on these accounts, we've used it as guidance.
Correct.
But that guidance only. So we still levy by the dollars needed
Yes.
up to the point.
Instead of the mill where you could pile a bunch of extra money and then you're overtaxing them and then it's not right. Correct.
So
Really what happens here is they always need more money than the value of their 2 mills or their 4 mills will provide. So it's never been a real big issue.
It just helps them.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to estimate the mill at higher, if you want to put it a 5% increase on the value of a mill, you can do that.
right.
Like you said, you just did it off of 24, which I mean seems about the same. Like you said, 'cause you based it off of last year.
I'm just saying, I think it's fun.
It's good. Okay.
So all these are, the only one that, I mean, and this is a real tough one, but the only one is the library. That's always been in question. You know, that's $134,000 is what we levy for that. And it has its fierce opponents and proponents on both sides.
In other words, don't poke the bear.
Well, again,
Just being blunt.
It's, you know, the arguments on both sides of it are valid. It's just where eventually what will happen is there won't be one. It won't be needed because the services it provides are all in our back pocket.
I was just there the other day too. They had people there, kids there reading an hour.
They do really cute events for the kids, yeah.
You know,
And they've been doing a lot more, I feel, since Lexi has taken it over, and
Which is good. Getting involved in the community more and everything else.
Yeah, they're doing a wonderful job up there.
and the reading programs and stuff like that I hear are really great. So
you know.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
New inspiration. It's good.
And of course, on the other side of that, the people that are opposed to it don't believe that taxpayers should be subsidizing babysitters.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's there's.
It's understandable. I mean,
There's a lot of seniors that still use it because
Yeah, I mean,
they
they do
don't like this. They like to still have the books.
But they
and
still
the-
they do have the
They have
the
mo-
digital library too. I take part in that, and you know where it's the
Yeah.
library on your phone, and I have to wait for my book to come available, and then it's there and stuff. So that's kind of cool too. But anyway, so yeah, the library, I have the 116,300 in there. That's what they gave me. That's their budget. But like I said, if no matter if they gave us a $2 million budget, I can put a $2 million budget in here. But no, whatever we have the mill levy or the taxable value at,
Value of the mill.
right, it's going to cut me off. Even in this budget format, it's cutting me off at that 4 mills. So then a levy number or the taxable value comes in higher. I've already cut it off. I can't do anything more after you guys approve this. It's a done deal, even if they've requested more. That's what you guys have done.
It'd be nice if they were up here and had a reason to list some of this stuff. I mean, I'm not questioning their judgment, but at the same time, a reason for how much they need. and
Did they
everything.
send you a financial statement?
They sent me this. So I
But
sent
No, they didn't send you the cash on hand.
no.
Yeah.
No. So I send them this form and say, please, you know, just like I would to all the department heads and stuff like that, and then they filled it in for me. So this is what they're requesting from them.
Page is that again?
Okay. Sorry, E10.
E10.
Sorry.
So I'm way off.
Hmm?
The beeping noise is Rod.
Mine's beeping?
No, it's Rod.
Oh.
I thought it was something in here.
Oh, I can't hear nothing. I didn't hear it.
That's funny.
I can hear my phone gives me alarm, but that's funny.
Okay.
So we're done with the E-budgets?
Yep.
Over real quick, I don't, there shouldn't be any changes, but the road budget, where's that? Let's see.
So you guys at the last meeting told me to make it come out to that last
What
year's.
number is it? C 15.
C7.
C7.
So we always get into, hang on here.
So that made a reserve number, if you wanted to levy the same, that made that reserve number to be 2,056,135.
What did you say it is? B17.
No,
B7.
C7.
C7.
C7,
C7.
sorry.
C7.
There we go. So we're levying the same amount as we were
Last year,
last year.
which
Okay.
is then gonna be less than the 30 mils.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, so actually we're levying less as far as, we're not utilizing home mills. Yep,
Correct.
okay. Which still probably won't be enough with some of the road projects we got coming up.
So we do have that road special projects that's got 1.3 million.
No, 1.52.
Where are you at?
Where's that one at?
That's the revenue. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, right, we're special projects,
Yep.
yep. Yep. Yep.
So we should get a plan of what we're doing with those funds. I
Yeah.
did hear that if we have a budget like this, it should be kind of designated
For
to
something.
something.
Wait, John, was it County 8?
County 8.
County 8? I've been,
Well, either we're gonna have to wait until we get federal help
Oh,
on
I
it, 'cause
know
we
that,
won't
I'm
have enough,
saying.
but it'll probably eat up that 1.3 pretty
well,
quick.
of course, you remember Don was here, he said probably another 900,000 from Prairie Dog money sinking again, by the end of the year.
Right.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't,
Prairie
but
Dog-
that'd be for the, that would
Prairie
be,
Dog's on a different page.
It is, I know, I'm just saying that, but that plus this, you follow what I'm saying.
right. Well, I don't think it'll
Is
ever
this-
I don't think it would ever make sense to pay for it 100%.
No, I'm just saying we need to
Is that
get,
1.8 what was rolled over from last year, or what we've rolled over every year into that
It's
little
rolled
savings?
The
1.3.
1.3?
It's just been there, it's been there since the Senate, since the House and Senate, road bills came from.
What
That's where
account
originally
is it
came
that
from.
we use that we roll over the unused
That's the
funds
one.
from
Yeah,
the year
that's-
before?
that's
That's
That
the
one?
one, yeah. And that basically, we've used that to pay our share of the federal match.
match.
Right,
Yeah.
yep.
So we've got these projects coming up that are, I mean, it's astronomical, the numbers that
Yep.
are,
But we didn't do that this year. I didn't transfer the balance of the road into this.
Perfect.
So then that's why you have that huge reserve to make it so that you can levy the same number.
Yep.
and so that came
Sounds
out that
good.
way. That's, so 3, let me see something here, see if we're in limits here.
Why we got 2 million in building repairs? Oh,
No,
never
it's
mind,
not.
that's
It's in
reserve.
reserve.
I'm reading the wrong lines. Never mind
16.
me.
Otherwise, you could transfer out the 905, 677, 75 in there. So
Yeah,
then
and we're still within, so we can have 75% of the total budget in reserve, so we're
Mhm.
still fine there.
Mm-hmm.
Revenues. So if we're gonna be a little bit under on the, we're gonna levy a few less mills, dollar value will probably be about the same. So the difference in this thing, if you look at the reserve, we had it drawn way down last year. It was $47,000, now it's 2 million. That's the difference in the budget, in the overall budget amount too, is just the reserve. 960 of that was a prairie dog, and the rest was a rollover that wasn't spent in that budget. Now, next year, we'll have to take, if that stays the same, we're gonna have to take some of this money out of this county road and bridge fund and put it over here in the special projects fund.
Oh, it offsets the number like it should. Cause that's, like you said, that 900 and some thousand doesn't offset our number.
Yeah.
That prairie dog fund, they can use that for just about anything for the road department, can't they?
Pretty much.
Repairs.
As long as it goes for road, it can't go for
Yeah.
salaries, it's go for roads
Yeah.
and that kind of thing, gravel.
I mean,
That's
in all
definitely
actuality, you know, the prairie dog funds probably should have went into this road special funds.
It needs to be set on its own, doesn't it?
What's it?
No, it's designated to road projects, but
Correct.
it can't be wages and things, and we have it in the special,
Right.
we have it in the overall road budget now, which includes wages. It probably should go into the special
Is
funds.
that what you would like me to do?
I think so. That would increase that to 2 million, then, that would increase that to 2,300,000 and some thousand dollars.
Okay.
How do you keep that separate? Do you have like a little spreadsheet where you keep it separate because we don't get to be accountable for those funds as to how they're spent?
I think Wayne does. He
Keeps it separate.
keeps it
Does he?
separate or whatever, and I would assume that that Bryce does that.
960 comes from, you know.
Well,
I
but by-
agree, but it should be technically out of the general
It is.
into the designated, into that designated account.
Yeah.
That's why if we have it
Yep.
here, we can't spend it for anything other than.
Well,
what
we
it's
have it in a
used
separate line item. So
Right.
then when it goes out or in, then we're keeping track of it there. Yes,
Okay,
yes, it's
good.
in its own person or its own fund. Yep, yep.
Okay, good.
for. You see,
Yep.
so technically, if it's in the county road and bridge fund, it could be spent, it is technically being spent for wages. Because we're spending, it becomes the overall balance in that fund.
Yeah, but
Right, so technically, a
Yeah.
portion of it's being spent for wages, so
It's
we should take it out of there and get it into.
so
special
it's
fund.
okay. This budget and what we do are totally different things.
I know
So
that.
this is just for you know,
I know that.
budgeting purposes. When it comes to us, it's got its own line. It's got like we can tell you what it's been used for.
Oh, I know
this is
that.
expense. Here's revenue. We've got it all. So it's just how you guys want to see it on your end. This is not for state purposes
Right.
or anything like that.
Well, but it's still budget, so I don't think, I think it should be a revenue item in the county road and bridge fund.
Okay.
I think it should be a revenue item in the special road
Okay.
funds.
That works.
Then it really simplifies it.
Yep.
So then that's going to decrease. That will decrease the reserve by that amount.
Hey, hold on.
When you take when you take it out of there.
It already is.
Hey, look, we already made one.
I was like, wait.
So then we still have to take it out of the.
It's not in that dollar amount then, or is it still part of it?
No,
Go to your
it's
go to
doubled. It's doubled.
Which one?
go to C6.
It's doubled.
Read at the top there.
Here's in the revenue here.
Is it in both?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's doubled. We gotta get it out of there.
No, it's not doubled because I didn't put it in here. That was for 2023.
Yeah, page six has got a special reserve fund.
That's what we actually received for 2023. It's not doubled up.
What's here?
That's for 2025. So it's not doubled. So we got it in 2023. We got the 923,461 in 2023. And then we're gonna get another.
Oh,
Oh, no, we can't put that into this year's budget. We can't put it in until that bucket's full and they notify that.
Yeah,
we're getting
correct.
it.
I'm just saying.
This is estimated revenues. And that's what the state told me. They sent me an email of what we can, like state aid and all these things.
okay.
So that's
Okay,
the
so
estimated there.
that dollar amount is
So that should go.
dollar amount is to pay budgets in 26 and 27.
Ahead of time.
Well, I mean, that's, the bucket's gonna fill in 25 and
Correct.
then it won't be able to be budgeted until 26 and 27.
But
So
will
for
it come-
sure that needs
will
to
it-
get into that special fund or
But will
somewhere.
it come to us in 25?
They're saying that it's going to come to us in 2025.
Doesn't matter, we can't spend it.
No, but it's,
So do you want me to take it out of the road department's budget, period?
Yeah, it's gotta get out of the road. I thought it was the 23 it's gotta get out of the road department. It has no effect on this year's budget.
True.
It'll just decrease, you just have to decrease the reserve by that amount,
Right.
yeah. And the levy will stay the same.
Prairie dog. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, decrease the reserve by whatever that amount was, 960, 480, and then, now the,
Yeah, but then wouldn't that make our reserve too high?
no, decrease the reserve then.
No,
by
you'd
that
increase the reserve.
Huh?
Oh, no, decrease.
Decrease,
Yeah.
it's a revenue
yeah,
you're
okay,
taking
yeah,
away.
Yep. Sorry. Okay.
You might have to adjust it a little bit here,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that'll do the same thing.
Yep.
And then where did you put it?
One, 0, 9, 5, 6, 1, 5. Okay, yep, I got it.
So the money that we've got of the prairie dog funds,
Got this.
okay, that should go be transferred into this special fund. Road special funds.
You don't want to see it on its own?
Well, once it's here, then we need to put it into a budget here. And then the new money can go into here. We shouldn't touch this one until, this money can't come out of here till the 26th budget, till next year.
The prairie dog funds can't.
Yeah.
I mean, the new ones, I mean, yeah.
The 960 should be in here, right?
No. Should it? Do you want it in there?
Well, we're,
The estimated revenue for 2025, you want in there? And then you want me to move this out?
well, I mean, this money can be spent. It's here,
Right.
right here.
The
So
960
it should be in an active budget. The money that, the 960 is not here. It can't be spent. It's not in an active budget.
But this is an active budget.
This is.
Yeah.
Okay. This.
I mean, this is what you're seeing. Like, I can,
Yeah,
I mean,
this
whatever
isn't-
you want me
yeah,
to.
this isn't an active budget because it doesn't have any expense in it, so it's not an active budget, right? This is just a savings account, basically a balance in a savings account.
Right, it's just how you wanted to see it.
It's pretty much extra money, and if we need it, we can get it, right?
Yeah, and it just shows where we know that this money's set aside for
It's
us.
just, for your guys' purposes.
Little
Like,
thing.
for the
So-
actual accounting, we have it, in a different, yeah.
Right,
It's,
right, this
so
is-
it's just how you guys want to see it within the budget format is all that you need to tell me.
Within our papers.
Well,
So
the,
if
the
you-
only the only money that we need to see is money that's available for this year's budget.
So then you
Or
don't
will be
even want the,
For this budget we're producing right now, if there's funds that we have access to that can be used here, that's what we need to see.
Wasn't there like an extra 96,000 or whatever that they got that was available too, or? I thought they got
that's
it.
that legacy fund.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that should be offset separate too, right?
That's within the road department.
That was in
Yeah.
the road department.
But I mean, that should be in a specialized.
It's
deal.
part of the revenue for this year's road department budget.
Okay.
So just take out the prairie dog.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Should we move up? Should we do, treasures and you guys been waiting for us so patiently, Maddie and Kelly?
And Travis is.
And
He's got it. It's supposed to be the sheriff's office. Right?
Yeah, we've been small.
okay,
Do you want to talk IT?
yeah,
Okay.
explain to us.
B17.
What's the number?
So at the last meeting,
Which
you,
one?
a B17.
1700.
So at the last meeting, you guys had me revert all the numbers to what it was last, or for this year.
Yes. And then the numbers that are in there for the expenses, the different ones, and what would you guys like to see brought over? Are you guys fine with that? What are your guys' thoughts? Because like, there's items in here like ERP software,
So
new
the
phone
ERP
server. What are these? Can we go over what those things are?
So that ERP software, that was if we were getting Tyler, that was his cost for converting,
Microsoft licenses.
doing that.
Okay. So if let's say if Tyler does go through, that will have to go into the budget because that
Correct.
will be part of the expense. Okay.
Correct.
And then the upgrade server camera system, that went from 18 to 36. What was the difference that you guys put in there?
I think that's maybe Samantha ran out of lines within the budgeting.
Yeah. Okay. So I ran out of lines. So it's server upgrade for last year, camera system for this year.
Okay, camera system.
Because the server upgrade is no longer a thing. So now we are switching it to camera system. And so if there's a dash, it's website one time. That was last year. Now I'm using that line for sheriff laptop. If you see that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I just didn't have enough lines to get everything in there. And
Maybe we should break out like one-time projects just to one line item and then separate out the different projects within a sheet for you guys to review maybe.
Yeah.
Might be a better use for not getting confused within the budget for stuff. But
Yes.
Can we operate on the 104,000 that we had last year?
I guess one thing I changed was we're talking last budget as far as doing plan replacements for like desktops, laptops for the departments.
I would love to see a plan replacement.
So that's what I did with that, was that 12,800 would be your annual cost then for doing scheduled replacements where we do only so many per year kind of thing to keep them on a rotating schedule based on industry standards, recommended rates or time frames for stuff.
I know he was saying, usually when we need one, we just take it out of the general fund and that's it.
Yeah, the problem with that too is just the timing of it, having to be able to have, since there's not a budgeted line item, Samantha doesn't have authority to okay that, to tell me to go purchase it from Dell. So we have to wait for a meeting and then
Is
the time
there
frame for
any
that.
flexibility on that?
I mean, I understand, there's the pros and cons as far as waiting.
Yeah.
You're trying to push out your budget, but what we're getting ourselves into now is a lot of these systems are getting extremely old, and we run the risk of having a large.
Is there any flexibility on that number?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I kind of based it off of desktops doing, replacing those every 5 years, laptops replacing every 4 years, and then the sheriff's laptops replacing every 3. We can maybe skim a little bit, a year here or there kind of thing, but.
Yeah, but I mean, the only reason why is like, instead of like 12,000, could we budget like 3,000 or 4,000, just say, okay, if you need a computer, fix or replace, just go do it, here's your number, and then if anything after that, then come to us.
I mean, that would be one way to do it as far as, if you got,
I mean, because I understand some of this is, it's got to be done now. I get that, but some of this is, hey, next meeting we'll bring it up, and then we'll take out all the funds for that.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is being able to have Samantha the authority to, if the system does fail,
Just
that she
fix it.
has the ability to say, go ahead and order it and do that. Right now we don't, because I think was the computer hardware one that was cut down quite a bit, I think.
Yeah, it was.
From last time, but.
it was 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then the phone servers, that's the one we talked about last year. That thing is now 11 years old. We reboot that several times a month because we have hardware issues.
See that? I mean, it's like I see the emails going, rebooting the phone, rebooting the phone.
How much was that?
And we have requests from the sheriff's office for some services or ability to use the phone server from some of their tasks they want to do, but I told the sheriff that because of that reliability issue, I don't feel confident in implementing that system because of the age of the unit for that, because it has to be rebooted. It loses connectivity, and then the outbound calls do not function.
How much is the phones?
The phone server is at 11,716 for that unit.
And that's not in the budget already, or no?
Well,
if we
I did request it in.
No, but if we froze the budget
I guess I
And
don't
care-
know what the cost current.
So, also, I'd like to kind of have you guys like look at this. So I matched it with what was last year to this year. So that moved over county shop internet one-time cost of the 4,372. Well, he didn't request that obviously, but that's now over there. So then that 4,000 can go into one of the other things, still using the 104.
I guess if we want to discuss like the one-time stuff that we're looking at and some of the requests I received from other departments, and you guys can make a determination if you think that request is, or that project is worth merit at all doing this year, not at all, or pushing off, then I can come back.
Because one thing I could maybe see if like some of the stuff that got pushed over, if there's leftover,
Yeah, there will be
paying for that, you know, like the phones or something like that. Start with the phones, and then maybe next year work on computers and everything else from there.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm not trying to cut, but at the same time, I'm trying to meet you halfway here.
Exactly, and that's the thing too. You know, the problem we got into, the IT budget was cut so much that we've not been investing in our infrastructure. We're getting to that point where stuff is getting so aged that we're getting.
But I mean, it sounds like the phones are the oldest, biggest issue. So
yeah, and we're seeing issues on.
So is there any way? I mean, you know, this is kind of set from last year carryover. Is there any way you can look at it and be like, okay, here's how much extra we're carrying over, we can apply to this phones, and then divide, you can come to us about that rest?
I guess, yeah, that's something, depending on what's left over for this year.
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
So
Left over with, you know, because like you said, if we carried over, well, some of those one-time stuff was a carryover, so you'll have that money extra for next year, and then you can use that towards the phones, and then anything else.
No. Money from this year, the current year we're in, does not carry over into the 25 budget. It carries over into the 26 budget. Because we don't know what the carryover is now in 24.
No,
I think what they're talking
what
about
I'm
is the
talking about is
carryover.
he's got one-time cost items on here.
Yeah.
Well, next year you ain't gonna use that, so you'll have that leftover dollar amount. So apply that to what he needs, and if he needs any additional costs on top of that, he can
He's
come
saying
talk to us.
He's saying the one-time lines.
Yeah.
Leave that one-time lines there, just change who it goes to.
Yeah.
What projects it affects. So we
Yeah.
try to keep the one-time costs relatively the same year to year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And try
So
to balance out,
like-
we know we'll have to replace this system back in 2028, so let's start planning that, fill that bucket there.
Well, not just that, but I mean, you got
General
yeah,
idea.
it's a general cost for a one-time deal, and I'm not saying put money ahead, but what I'm saying is, okay, you paid for this year.
Try to spread out the one-times across.
The budget's the same the next year. Okay, you have all this extra money from those costs last year. Apply it to this, and then if you need more, either hang on to it or come to us for the difference.
I see what you're
And the
saying.
one-time projects always have to be approved by the commission, since I'm the department head, and we always come to you guys for, hey, you know, I recommend we do this, we recommend that, and you guys can make, and then we get pricing, whether it's, you know, most of the stuff we get from Dell, because we have, the state of North Dakota has a contract with them, so we get discounted pricing directly for them, since the phone server would do the same thing, we'll buy the hardware from Dell for that. And
Wasn't there some courtroom stuff that was funky and something need to be replaced, or did that get replaced? Is there something in the courtroom that you?
Those switch got replaced.
Okay, good.
Paid for it on a grant last year. Was it last year?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
last year, Yeah.
I just knew there was an issue.
Yeah, that's.
So what did we decide? Does this budget say where it's at 104?
I say we leave it at 104.
I guess I'm not sure where,
Yeah.
I can get the,
Yeah.
the numbers for that.
And then that way, you know, we'll leave it at 104 and then see what we're at from there.
Okay. Move on to that one.
Well, I guess the sheriff's laptop too, I'm not sure if that's, you guys want that on the sheriff's budget?
No,
Or
just
that.
let me leave it there. Leave it where it's at.
And then I know Samantha requested pricing on tablets for the commission.
Yeah, we
That one
we
will
took
be
all
brought
that
up.
We
out.
can really push that one back then.
Mhm.
Let's get the more important stuff taken care of first.
Understandable, try to get as low as you can with
Yeah.
necessities. So I'll redo that with stuff that's absolute, like there's software price that's through other vendors I have no control over, that's just.
Yeah,
the
no,
idea
I
of
understand that, but
For that.
it's
but-
basically, you know, you carry the cost over the same for next year.
And then the ERP software, you guys gonna handle that at the next, whatever you talked about for the software for that? Or do you want me to keep that in the IT right now, or how do we wanna do that?
You mean for between the CBT or the Tyler, you mean?
Yeah, so with Tyler, that.
We would just keep that separate out and everything
Okay,
else.
so I'll remove that. And the other thing too is like the camera system, we priced out for the whole courthouse as far as security cameras. I believe the court system, I feel like put a request in for a partial payment on that, based on which cameras the court was deemed are used by them.
Okay.
So that's part of her request, I guess, for that grant. I'm not sure if that's something you guys want to keep looking at for cameras for the system.
I am all about putting cameras in the building.
We could also do that where we get the server and maybe we can only get 10 cameras this year and then maybe 10 next year kind of thing too. That's something.
Well, that's just what I mean. It's just like all these one-time deals. You got one-time stuff in here that brought it up to that 104,000. So once that, you know, you won't have those next year. So just see what the basic difference between the two is and try and work in replacement of those. And if you need any additional, you know, you can come to us.
If we absolutely have to, like,
yes.
move a little bit more. Okay.
Additional meeting or any meetings after that, because some of this stuff we understand it's emergency, and we do have we have an emergency account we can take out of. But I'm just saying let's try and keep the number the same and pay for anything we need, any upgrades we can within that number.
Okay. So that 104, 246, 20.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see what the budget comes up.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, now we got.
Yeah, I have this one.
What pages?
What are you looking for?
Recorder?
Recorder B12.
B12, yeah.
Nothing changed on the recorder except for the salary. Otherwise, everything else. Oh, no, our dues went up $100. You put that in there, did you, Sam?
Yep, I did.
Yep.
So the dues went up $100, otherwise that stayed the same for everything else. The supplies, if I ever go over supplies, I can use document presentation, if it comes down to it. So that's nice. Gonna do clerk of court.
What page is that on?
C.
C11.
11.
Oh, okay, great.
You people have these all memorized, don't you?
Yeah.
Everything's the same one, except for, again, Sam calculates the salary based on the contract.
So this budget always gets to be a zero, like bottom line zero. So I make this one bottom line zero, and then the remainder of the salary goes into the recorder. That's why it's not 50-50. It's different and different. And
Because it depends on what the state gives us for that, right?
Yep, and that's changed every 2 years.
Yeah. Because that's part of that meeting that I went to and helped you guys figure out or whatever.
That was our court security.
Court
Yep, so
security.
that's the grant that, if we could talk about that one next.
Okay.
So on Schedule B23, that's the courtroom grant. And so talking about security cameras, Josh is a part of the court security committee, and that's one thing we discussed. I don't want to go into too much detail because the court security manual is protected century code from open records, so I don't want to go into it too much, but Josh was a part of that. And this number reflects the cameras that would, I don't remember the number, for the court area. So our cost of that would be $2,777.39. 25% of the
B23.
No, I don't care about that.
And I would apply
Just
for
one
that
here.
grant, state pays 75%, so, like I said, the county's portion would be $2,727.39.
Is this the
And
3%?
I think the way that it was calculated with the camera system for the county
Yeah.
is based on
That's
the number of
3.2.
cameras that was set aside for the court.
Uh,
It was divided into the cost of the,
Way
I think it's
more.
over whatever, so I took a portion of that.
3% would be $9,000.
yeah.
Okay.
Why didn't that switch? I know I switched it.
So you just need,
It would, the total amount would have to go into the budget, but we would be reimbursed. Everything, the county's portion of
That's
it
what he
at the end would
requested,
be
that's
$2,277.
Oh, no, okay,
so
no.
the total
Okay,
amount is.
no, I didn't switch this.
11,150.
Okay, yeah, there was this one that I
The total amount
switched.
that's on
Yep,
there.
yep. Yep.
And
That's our total.
Sorry, I was thinking it was the secretary that I
That's the
was.
amount that I would apply for the grant.
Mm.
And we would only have to pay 25% of that,
Good.
if approved. If it's not approved, then we just don't do anything.
We
And
treat
and
it,
you
we
can
treat it
change
as an
anytime.
in and out account,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
within that budget.
Yep.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it'll show a negative balance and then it.
That's the in and out part. We spend it, it doesn't come back. Okay. Good on that?
Yep.
Okay. C25A.
What's that one?
County agent.
Did you wanna do document preservation?
Oh, okay.
C21.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I think you move on to treasurer before we go on to county agent, because he's not
So
here.
document preservation is fund that is created by every document that we get, $3 from that is century code. Every $3 from a document goes into a fund of document preservation, and that can be used for computers, scanners, paper, supplies, whatever I need it to, anything that reflects document preservation. So I'm fortunate enough that I have a computer that crashes for the recorder's office. Generally, I can always take everything out of there. If both mine and Christie's computers crash, we have 3 computers in our office because there's a public computer in the back that surveyors, even attorneys, our abstractor, the public come in, they can use that computer to search our records along with the books. And so we have 3 computers and I can use it, so that's nice because that's the only thing that money can be used for.
Huh?
So, and we have used it for digitizing projects too. We can use that, so that's just, yeah.
So it's basically the same as last year then?
Yeah, pretty much. It's just a couple $100 over. But you can see the balance. The balance is actually higher than that 9,649. It's in the 12, 13,000 or something like that. But we don't have to levy for any of those, which is nice.
Yes.
So,
Perfect.
and I think that's all I know.
That's all mine's done. Okay, there we
And
go.
then you have the revenue. Do you put revenue in this too?
Mm-hmm.
The recorder's office has revenue. I think we're the only department with the county that has revenue. But I estimated the revenue at 29,000 for next year. We've already had a significant increase in recording documents this year. Anytime that there's
Recorders revenue, I have 25,000.
25, and then to the general, and then 4,000 to the document preservation.
Yep.
Yep. Anytime that there's easements, FEC goes through, or anytime there's easements, there's a large influx of documents, so. Plus, we're also doing digitizing, so any document that comes in, we record it, it also goes out to Endrin, and that, the public, a lot of attorneys, surveyors, they can get a prescription to that, and they can buy copies. That revenue comes back to the county. So we get revenue for that, and also with the digitizing that I do, we're going backwards, and we're right now in the late 70s. We have to go all the way back to 1882. So we're still digitizing every day. Those images also get sold to the abstractor and go out to India. So we're having, more of that. That's that revenue that's coming in. It saves sometimes it saves, you know, especially recent stuff, people can go on and view. But yeah, the engine is really a phenomenal beast, and like I said, that revenue comes back to the county, so that's nice. So that is all of mine.
Looks good, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Oh.
Now what, C-25?
No, we got Maddie.
Sorry, Maddie.
Yours
I
good?
think, yeah, the only thing that changed salaries, and then my dues went down 75, so.
Looks good.
Perfect.
That was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You guys is there a way I can sneak into?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'd like to try to step over and get some other stuff going on.
Go ahead. please.
So I put $1,000 travel budget in for state's attorney. Griggs County's been getting the benefit of me being a Nelson County employee as well. I've always taken the travel from Nelson County. I won't be doing that in the future. I'm thinking probably by the end of the year, I'll probably just be a Griggs County employee. So I put $1,000 in there for travel to conferences. State's Attorney's Conference happens twice a year, as well as an increase in dues of $100. It actually may be a little bit more than that. I think my license is $390, and the State's Attorneys Association dues are $300. So it might increase to $690, but there will be other money in the budget that I can use for that, I think. Let's see. Oh, and I increased the final allowance for salary, and that's not reflected in the spreadsheet, but based on our conversation with adding those 2.5 hours to Annie's, it would be another. It would increase the salary to $39,665.60 for a 40-hour work week. That's it for state's attorney.
I think we'll just keep that in the sheriff's department if that's okay, just so that it doesn't.
Easier for you?
Well, I think it's gonna get kind of confusing in the prior years of what we did and stuff like that. Why she's got more money and this and that and whatever. So I think if we have just that little bit in the
Basically showing it
it's not
comes
gonna
out of
do-
the sheriff's department, because the fact of it is it's for the sheriff's department.
and it's not
correct?
going to do anything for like the benefits or anything like that because it's so low. I think it's going to do the same thing. So I think if we just keep it within the sheriff's department, I can make a little note that it's, this time, this point of
So
time.
basically, you just need the $1,000 addition to your budget.
Roughly.
Yeah, $100 for dues and
$1,000
$1,000 for travel.
So $1,100.
Yeah.
DS, everything's the same again, other than salaries, and then on county victim advocate, that's where it's like the defendants in crimes pay $25 to the court, and that gets put in this account. I think the balance right now is around $6,000. We're probably, and that's just that's a revenue account. We'll probably be spending some of that money this year. Again, giving it back to the Abused Persons Outreach Center. It's statutorily required to spend it on outreach for schools or education for schools, or to a victim witness or a shelter. So we've been using the Abused Persons Outreach Center in Valley City based on some of the stuff that's been going on with phones and dating and some domestic violence and learning and that kind of thing. I think we're going to go to school and get someone to teach kids about not sending inappropriate pictures out to people and allowing old creepy guys to text them.
I like it.
Yeah. Looks good.
Thank you. Now to C26, is that what you're saying, John?
Yes. No, there's not much of a change there. It's just NDSU expense, and the salary is $32,263, and that's reflective of about a 5% increase at NDSU, and they're welcome to pay theirs, but ours would be, it would decrease that amount by $500, $31,705. If we apply the increase in salary across the board as we did with the other entities?
I think we've always just paid what they've had on there,
No, we haven't.
even if it's been a 5%.
No, we haven't. We've always argued about that because we're supposed to be included in those negotiations, and we weren't again. So instead of the 32,263, it would be 31,705.10.
I think we should have Leslie come and talk about this then. Come to the next budget meeting to discuss that portion. I think that is only fair.
No, what was only fair was to have them included us included in discussions like the Century Code calls for. We have the ability to pay our portion of the salary depending on what the county can afford. So we're back to the same thing. Now then we're giving one employee a 5% increase and the others are 3.2. Same thing. It's
Oh, Ron.
So basically, they want us to pay them extra $500.
yeah, and the Century Code's very clear. We're involved in the discussion of the budget of the salary because we pay half of it, and we get to determine how much we can afford. I mean, we could say we can't afford any of it, and then NDSU would negotiate that. But they for some reason they don't leave it. They don't put us in those discussions very often. But many times we've just given the same salary increase as we give everybody else, just because that's fair.
Right.
He'll still get the increase from NDSU. They still have the ability to give him whatever salary they want. This is just our portion of it.
We should probably do that then, make it fair across the board. I don't want to sound mean to them, but if this is the fair way to do it, this is the fair way to do it.
Well,
I'm not trying to cut Jeff. I think I've had a lot of people would say he's really beneficial to the county, but at the same time, I don't want to nitpick either. That's my.
And then I
thought.
put his secretary down to the exact same number it was last year, and then did the 3.2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no additional hours for his secretary?
I didn't.
No, we didn't give
Because
Maddie
they wanted
any
her,
additional
24 or
hours.
25 hours or whatever it was,
Yeah.
just under full time, and
Well, we didn't give Maddie any additional hours for hers. We didn't give Wayne any additional for his. And actually, there was a little bit additional because there used to be 3
Yeah.
positions shared. So last year you got 10. So yeah. I mean, eventually, we're going to have to make decisions on what's mandatory to run this county and what's secondary. And the mandatory are the infrastructure, the sheriff's department, and taking care of the people that can't take care of themselves. The rest of the stuff is secondary. And it should be just cast off and cut these budgets back to where it's serving the people, the majority of the people, rather than serving these interest groups. A budget like this, it doesn't serve the majority of the citizens of Griggs County. It serves a very small portion. No doubt they like it, but a whole bunch of people don't like it too. It isn't like all this information from NDSU is still available right here. The county agent used to be here so that he could go research NDSU and pass the information on. That's not the case anymore. And on the 4-H side of it, why is the public funding 4-H? It doesn't fund the Boy Scouts, it doesn't fund the Girl Scouts, it doesn't fund the baseball teams, it doesn't fund a whole bunch of other things. Why did it pick out one entity like that? Why is it funding that specific entity? It's nice if there's a bunch of money around, and it would be fine, but we've got to start making some cuts here, or we're going to force the citizens of Griggs County in a position where they're working for the county and not enjoying their lives like they should. And all these things, we could take and just start eliminating these programs. Boom, 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 boom. Put money into things that we need. We should put money into a more robust ambulance service. We should bolster the sheriff's department. The road department, we should make sure that we've got that up to speed. And from there on, taking care of the older people and the people that can't take care of themselves, the rest of it should be secondary. And that's a hard decision to make. You're gonna have people mad when you make it, but overall, that will be the best for the community. That's what government was intended to do. Do the things that we couldn't do ourselves. And no one would argue about budget increases under those circumstances. So what are we doing on this county agent one?
What was approve it?
Put the 31,705.
Yeah, whatever make sure, do my math, make sure I was there.
Got it.
I'll let Jeff know that his budget's been cut.
So we haven't made any changes to that bottom number, that 289. We've actually increased it a little bit.
I did see that I had forgotten the courtroom grant revenue on the revenue side of it, so I did add that. That would have been that would be like 8,000.
No, you can't add that because that's not we don't levy for that anyway. That can't be part, that won't decrease the amount of money levied. That's an in and out account on the courtroom grant.
But it's within the general fund, and so we have the general fund number as 11,000. So we're saying that we're going to spend 11,000, but we're going to get $8,332.15.
So you expensed it in
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Then the difference you'll decrease it then by
Yep.
$8,000.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So more than likely with the changes we made, we're probably still at that 289 because we added some wages. And
I just don't have the wages
Yeah.
the Annie's wages yet in there.
So we didn't. We lost
The
ground.
numbers?
No? And Christie's.
Yeah, we lost ground. So it's probably more like 300 now.
Wage increase.
What's that?
With the wage increase.
So the overall levy is probably more like 300,000. We started out today we were 289,000 over. We're probably $310,000 over now. If I just kind of
Right now I have 272,584, and that's without Christie's and without Annie's.
Yeah. Okay, so we didn't accomplish anything, and that's without the software.
Correct.
And
Do you guys want to make a decision on that so I can let the company know, or? And to use some ARPA funds to put a deposit down on either one?
I'm for it, but these are just the guys. We need to do something on this.
Unfortunately, it's not a good situation to be in. We wouldn't be switching if we didn't have to. We're happy with Dakota Programs. Dakota Programs was working just fine. Unfortunately, it sucks.
I'm going to.
Unless you want to make a special meeting next week, discuss it again.
well, I mean,
We can do that.
I mean, it's real simple. Or do you want to spend $185,000 onto this budget, or do you want to leave it the same? That's what it amounts to. It doesn't matter, good, bad. Is this going to? If we buy this, is it going to do this? What we need done? Send out tax statements? Yeah, it probably is.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point of it.
Do you guys want to table it and have another discussion on it? Do you guys want to?
We don't have time to table. Let's get it done.
I
Tough
support.
decisions.
I support Sam and Maddie, and I make a motion to accept Tyler. I've always been a Tyler supporter on this one. I know the cost is there, and I know the cost is expensive and it's high, but in the end, I believe it's the best software for the county and for its usage.
We have a motion to go with Tyler on the software by Stephanie. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Tranby. Discussion.
I don't like it. It's not that I feel the employees don't deserve it. I don't like it for the simple fact of it is we're already raising taxes, cost of living's already higher, and if the old system, if the other system can do its job, to me, that's what we're gonna have to go with. I'm not trying to stab the employees in the back, and I know it sounds like I am, and I apologize for that. It's just I'm looking at what everything is costing and what it's gonna do to the taxpayers. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to accept Tyler's software. We'll move on to a vote. We'll move on to a voice vote, and it is money, I guess. This vote's to accept Tyler's software at $185,000, $186,000. Averill.
Nay.
What? Nay. Tranby.
Yes.
Zorn.
Nay.
Adlin.
Yes.
Wakefield votes nay. Moving on to CTP. CPT. Do you want to vote on that as far as taking money out of the ARPA funds?
Yeah.
And get that started?
I think we should.
What does that take to get that started?
Or is that something that we can wait on this till, see how the election and then go from there?
No. Well, you could. Yeah, you could. You could certainly do that. The software isn't going to be just the software we have isn't going to collapse. It would still be functional.
No.
What do you mean no? I've got all kinds of software that's outdated. It still works.
So CPT has to know like now so that they can make those changes to their system to get ready for us.
That's a different deal.
It takes months for conversions too.
No, I understand. I understand that, but I
done.
just didn't know if we could sit here,
Right.
wait till election.
Is there a lesser amount that we can pay them to get them started?
Well, not just that. I mean,
I don't know
You know,
about that.
I guess
I don't
I'm looking
think
at
so.
election.
I don't know.
Well, I'm probably not thinking this right. Election and then.
No, I mean
wait
that's
on
that's
wait on it and try and drag it out, but I mean that's also not the right thing to do too. I get it.
No.
so let's move forward. Let's move forward. Let's move forward with the minimum amount we can send to CPT to get this started out of the ARPA funds. We obviously don't have to pay the whole thing right up front.
Right.
So what does it take to get it started?
Okay, I'll ask them.
And how long does it? Well, can we look at how long does it take and everything else? Because I wonder if. I also wonder too, with all the changes that they plan on making for next year, I wonder if we won't get any grants out of the deal. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I
We'll
guess.
have to get numbers from Travis too, then, to add in. And I don't know if it will cost money for them to have to convert our parcels, so I don't know if that'd be an additional cost too, so. We'll have to get a lot more information, cause we didn't get a whole lot from CPT besides that one.
So before you move on to CPT, you probably should get the actual full
solid number,
dollar
like we did
amount,
for
solid.
Tyler.
No, the
Just let me know.
conversion's in here, 6,000 to 8,000.
Well, what they said, so what they said was when we return, okay, so we talked to them out at the conference and they said when we returned to the office, we had a visit and decided we will be adding the 14-digit parcel number capability to our CPT tax system.
Okay.
We will be starting to work on it as soon as we get all the programming done and for new North Dakota resident credits. This does not obligate you at Griggs County to anything, but you stated that this was an issue that we had to our system and we wanted to reach out to let you know where we are headed. Hopefully this will help you always make a decision, so we'd love to have your vendor of choice.
Okay, I'll simplify things some. So we'll need a motion to tentatively move forward with CPT. The costs will come in and we'll take them out of the ARPA funds.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Zorn to tentatively move forward with the CPT software. Is there a second to that? Second by Avery. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
We'll move on to a roll call vote. Avriel.
Aye.
Tranby.
Nay.
Zorn.
Aye.
Edlund.
Nay.
Wakefield votes aye. Motion approved. So now we're at the $300,000, and that's probably a stopping point. I got to look at this. Everybody's got to look at this, and we're probably going to have to have a special meeting and see what we can do about this. More so on the revenue side. There really isn't any revenue to bring into this thing. Oh. Has everybody scrutinized the general fund to the point that they, I mean, obviously there's $246,000 or more than that in there now that is in excess. Have we identified what those excesses are? Social Security. So one of the biggest excesses is B18, it's the insurance, $40,000. And there's not really anything to do with that. In the general expenses, they went down by $9,000 because of the $11,000 because of the election, so there's not much room there. And Sam, the benefits are figured into that overall wage increases, correct?
The 3.2.
Yeah.
Yep, all of the wages that are in.
And the benefits, the PERS and everything are already figured into that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Just not with the new Christie's and the new
Yeah.
Annie's, yep.
So, to sum it up then, the majority, we have a $290,000 increase. If you knock the insurance off that, the $40,000, it takes it down to approximately $240,000 of increase in the general fund. That's offset by some decreases like in chemical hazard, regional corrections, health district was down a little bit, and the senior citizens, that one's gonna change. So we're gonna be up over we're gonna be higher by 17,000. In essence, the increases that we're showing are increases in salary and benefits, almost entirely, is what we're talking about. There just isn't, there are, other than actually eliminating some budgets entirely, there isn't much left to cut anywhere. That's leaving us a $177,000 reserve in the general fund, which has to cover the whole county. That isn't much in case of something catastrophic. Emergency, look at that once. Not much. This fund here is C19. I want you to look at that. Where is that one funded from, Sam? The emergency fund, has that been always funded with a general levy?
No. So you have to, that's just funded with the carryover,
Right, but what was it originally funded? What was it originally funded with?
a levy.
A levy, it was, okay.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, and you have to keep, I think there had,
It has to be
Can't remember what-
4 meals worth of,
I think so. I think it's 4 mils has to be in there.
right, and we're just barely above that. 4, or 5 mils, 6 mils. Anyway, so this emergency fund is for that, in case of a tornado or something to that nature. And we never have used it. Miscellaneous expenditures, what do we take out of there?
I think that's,
$24.
$24?
No, $5,000. Nevertheless, we've looked in the past to try to roll this money into the general fund and never been able to because of the requirement to keep.
Restrictions.
Requirement to keep.
Yeah.
I think it's 5 mils dollar value in there.
There's been accumulating over the years. The money's been accumulated.
It was tied to something else. It's been there since, yeah. And we've tried on numerous occasions to roll it into something that was usable, we never have been able to. So there really isn't.
Hold on, you asked me 2 questions. Give me a minute. Let me,
The one was what we spend the $5,000 for.
yep, let me grab it here. I just gotta find the account number.
I think it had something to do with the sheriff's department.
Emergency was right there. 12910. Okay.
Well, it's not. It's
That
not.
ain't a deal.
No, there's nothing we do about it anyway. I know that.
Anyway,
So I missed that. Insurance was employee related too. So everything, all the increases related to salary and benefits. Future business.
Still need to discuss the sales ratio study, I suppose.
I did attend a meeting by phone.
were you listening?
Yep, we were all there. I was there.
I don't know what'll come of it.
Well, they stated that the states can't help us.
It's not over yet. The state certainly shouldn't punish us for trying to save the citizens' money. The punishment, there shouldn't be a financial punishment for it, of course. Sales ratio study, future business. Anything else?
So what? We're at a final number then?
No.
No.
Do you want a special meeting again, or want to wait till next meeting?
What do you want to do? Think about it. Just call me if you want one. We'll have one.
When's the next meeting, Sam?
I guess early.
August 5th.
And when's it supposed to be?
I have to have it done by August 5th.
Yeah, it's a deadline, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which
I-
is the next meeting.
Yeah,
Next
I
meeting.
I
have
have
to have
so
it.
that I can get the estimated tax statements out. Those have to be out by the end of August.
In August, yeah.
So I have to do my stuff, and then Maddie has to do her stuff. So yeah, it's
So we should probably have a special
Meeting then sometime, next week sometime. Not this week.
How are you gonna send out your reports by the end of August when you don't know what the mill value is? Just use the old one again?
we use this year's. We
Yeah,
use
figure
the
out.
most recent information that I have.
You figure out meeting time next week or whatever, yeah, for us, it works, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'll make
I'll
a
talk to
motion
Sam.
to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Tranby, a second.
I'll second it.
Second by Averill. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Meeting adjourned. 1:53. Next meeting, this room, August 5th at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all.